Messages from the House.
From the House of Representatives, February 2, 2023, message number 178. Mr. President, the following bills passed the House on third reading by the votes indicated. House Bill number 128, voyeurism within enclosed spaces, ayes 62. Message number 182, February 2nd, 2023. House Bill number 19, State Indian Child Welfare Act Task Force, ayes 48, noes 14. Message number 184, February 2, 2023, House Bill number 103, Political Party Affiliation Declaration and Changes, ayes 51, noes 9, excused 2. Message number 183, February 2, 2023, Mr. President, the following bills passed the House on third reading in an amended form by the votes indicated. House Bill number 99, Property Tax Refund Program, ayes 62. Message number 180, February 2, 2023. House Bill number 121, Property Tax Deferral Program Amendments, ayes 42, noes 20. Message number 179, House Bill number 160, Driver's License Veterans Designation replacing DD Form 214, ayes 62. Message number 181, February 2, 2023, House Bill number 190, Wyoming Value Added Energy and Industrial Plan, ayes 37, noes 25. Signed, Katie Talbot, House Chief Clerk.
Thank you, Randy. Happy birthday again. Introduction of House bills. House Bill 9, first reading of the House bill.
House Bill 9 engrossed Juvenile Courts Concurrent Jurisdiction Clarification, sponsored by the Judiciary Committee.
House Bill 9 is referred to Committee Number 1, Judiciary. House Bill 13, first reading of the House bill.
House Bill 13, Office of Guardian Ad Litem Program References, sponsored by the Judiciary Committee.
House Bill 13 is referred to Committee Number 1, Judiciary. House Bill 29, first reading of the House bill.
House Bill 29, Community College Funding Distance Education Credit Hours.
House Bill 29 is referred to Committee Number 4, Education. House Bill 10, first reading of the House bill.
House Bill 10 engrossed County Officers' Bond Amounts and Surety Requirement.
House Bill 10 is referred to Committee Number 6, Travel. House Bill 12, first reading of the House bill.
House Bill 12, Presumptive Child Support Amounts Updated Tables, sponsored by the Judiciary Committee.
House Bill 12 is referred to Committee Number 6, Travel. House Bill 79, first reading of the House bill.
House Bill 79 engrossed Voter ID Concealed Carry Permit, sponsored by Representative Crago.
House Bill 79 is referred to Committee Number 6, Travel. House Bill 5, first reading of the House bill.
House Bill 5 engrossed Voter Registry List, Voter ID and Absentee Ballots, sponsored by the Corporations Committee.
House Bill 5 is referred to Committee Number 7, Corporations. House Bill 7.
House Bill 7, Underage Marriage Amendments, sponsored by Representative Zwanitzer.
House Bill 7 is referred to Committee Number 7, Corporations. House Bill 103, first reading of the House bill.
House Bill 103, Political Party Affiliation Declaration and Changes, sponsored by Representative Haroldson.
House Bill 7 is referred to, House Bill 103 is referred to Committee Number 7, Corporations. House Bill 2, first reading of the House bill.
House Bill 2 engrossed Town Officers Salary Waiver, sponsored by Representative Heiner.
House Bill 2 is referred to Committee Number 8, Transportation. House Bill 57, first reading of the House bill.
House Bill number 57, Armed Forces Amendments, sponsored by Representative Brown.
House Bill 57 is referred to Committee Number 8, Transportation. House Bill 19, first reading of the House bill.
House Bill 19, State Indian Child Welfare Act Task Force, sponsored by the Tribal Relations Committee.
House Bill 19 is referred to Committee Number 10, Labor. House Bill 35, first reading of the House bill.
House Bill 35, Daycare Certification Requirement Amendments, sponsored by Representative Heiner.
House Bill 35 is referred to Committee number 10, Labor Health. House Bill 65, first reading of the House Bill.
House Bill 65, 988, Suicide Prevention, sponsored by the Revenue Committee.
House Bill 65 is referred to Committee number 10, Labor Health. House Bill 81, first reading of the House Bill.
House Bill 81, Hospital Supplemental Payments Statutory Fix, sponsored by Representative Larson.
House Bill 81 is referred to Committee number 10, Labor. Mr. Majority Floor Leader, we're at that order of business, consideration of bills on general file.
Mr. President, I move the Senate resolve itself into committee of the whole.
You've heard the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Motion is passed. And we are on Senator French, I believe, is what I show. Come on up.
It's like somebody sticking their fingers on the chalk.
They're just obnoxious in a different way than you are.
I'm funny.
Mr. Chairman, privilege of the floor, please. Mr. Chairman, before we get started on our duties this afternoon, I'd like to put a little food for thought out there. Price of coal today is $15.45 a ton for Powder River coal. At the end of third quarter 2022, it was $20 a ton. It's down 25% in the last 3 months. A year ago, right now, when we started at the beginning of 2022, it was close to $30 a ton. So we need to keep those thoughts in mind as we're moving forward with our drunken sailor duties here for the next day or two. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Cooper.
Privilege of the floor.
Senator Kinski.
Thank you, folks. Just a word about amendments to the budget. They have to be in by 5, and you have to approve them for numbering by 7 a.m. tomorrow. And staff typically, the last time they were here till midnight, trying to get those things drafted. But it would be helpful if, before you go to bed, check your email. If they've sent them to you for numbering, go ahead and number them. That helps put them ahead. And when you get up in the morning, check your email, look for amendments you can number, and that helps them get ahead of the curve. I typically don't look at my email first thing in the morning when I get up, but this might be that one, presuming you get up before 7. And it's really out of consideration for our staff. If you just be sure to check before you go to bed and when you get up to make sure to number any of those amendments, it really helps them. Plus, it helps us get them out onto the floor and stay on the majority floor leader's schedule of adjournment by 2. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Before we start, just in consideration, everybody remember what Majority Floor Leader Hicks said. We're trying to get through 10, I believe he said today. We don't want to rush discussion, but the Majority Floor Leader also said that if we move right along, we'll get out of here earlier tomorrow. And hopefully the roads are good so everybody that wants to travel can travel on safe roads. Did you want to divide that? All right, the Committee of the Whole will please come to order. The first bill for your consideration is Senate File 52. The reading clerk will please read it in.
Senate File 52, School Finance Special Education Funding, sponsored by the Education Committee, an act relating to school finance, was referred to Committee Number 4, which returned to committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Beitman, Brennan, Rothfuss, Scott, and Steinmetz. Senator Scott, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure? Senator Scott, I believe there's amendments. Do you want them ready now or later?
Mr. Chairman, I'll deal with that. Mr. Chairman, I move with the Committee of the Whole rise and report, do so with the recommendation that Senate File 52 do pass. Was there a standing committee amendment?
Pardon? Committee of the Whole amendment?
Mr. Chairman, that's, the Committee of the Whole amendment we'll deal with after a bit. Mr.
Okay.
Chairman, I yield to Senator Steinmetz for an explanation of the Senate file.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring you today Senate File 52. This bill comes from the interim work of the Joint Education Committee at the request of the Wyoming Department of Education. Certain federal requirements are established at the state and local school district level to not reduce the amount of support for special education. When school districts' local property tax revenues increase, the school foundation program account reduces the state support for school districts, and the inverse is true. When local property taxes reduce, the school foundation program supports a school district more. This has created confusion at the federal level, and the requirements not to reduce the special education funding at the state and local level have been called into question. Thus, the need for this bill. The U.S. Department of Education and the Wyoming Department of Education are currently in disagreement on how the finances of special education funding flow through the K-12 funding model. This bill will resolve the current misinterpretation by the U.S. Department of Education of how Wyoming finances special education funding. This bill removes special education funding from the K-12 block grant model and will resource the entire amount outside the block grant. The Wyoming Department of Education will fund the entire special education amount through a separate budget amount. Special education funding will not increase. The effect of this bill is that the school district's block grant will decrease by its special education reimbursement, resulting in additional recapture revenue to the school foundation program account, offset by the same expenditure increase for special education funding for those recapture school districts. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, that is the explanation of the bill. I'd stand for questions, and when you're ready, I will move the Committee of the Whole amendment.
Are there any questions? Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Seeing none, I would ask that the Committee of the Whole amendment be read in.
Senate File 52, Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1, page 2, line 22, delete.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 52 and ask for your favorable consideration. This is just a technical correction, replacing subsection E with subsection C. It was just an error in the lettering. And with that, if there are no questions, I'd call for the question on the amendment and the bill.
Okay, question being called on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, say no. All right, that has passed. We're back on the bill. Question being called. Those in favor of Senate File 52, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. Senate File 52 has passed. Next up is Senate File 164. Will the reading clerk please read it in?
Senate File 164, Public Improvement Contract Requirements Amendments, sponsored by Senator Boner, an act relating to cities and towns. It was referred to Committee Number 8, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators Boner, Brendan, Furphy, Kolb, and Pappas. Senator Pappas, acting chairman.
Thank you. Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, they do so with a favorable recommendation in Senate File 164. There is a standing committee amendment. I ask that that be read in at this time.
Senate File 164, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 1, line 4, after.
Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move standing committee amendment number 1 to Senate File 164. And I'll just go ahead and explain this bill. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill came to me out of a concern from one of the smaller municipalities in my district, dealing with the challenges that they've been having acquiring new contracts, new vehicles in particular. And while we certainly understand that there's a lot of supply chain issues associated with those challenges, there's also some long-term inflation, as we all know, that is affecting these provisions in our statutes as well. So what happened, I have to apologize I refer you to the amendment, because basically if you approve the amendment, that will be the new bill. It's very easy to understand, so it's pretty straightforward. But what happened is that we got quite a bit of feedback. This is obviously the request of one of our municipalities. Of course, the association that represents those entities was very much involved. But also it affects our contractors. It affects the press because there's public notice requirements. It affects auto dealers as well. And so got a lot of feedback. We're able to sit down earlier this week and come up with something that is agreeable to everybody. And so that's the change you have here. So I'll just go ahead and explain the amendment, Mr. Chairman, and if the body is agreeable to the amendment, then that will effectively be the bill, just so that's what happened there. So what this amendment does is it does basically three things. First of all, there's a $35,000 limit, for the bid threshold. So right now, any contract over $35,000 has to be publicly noticed, and they have to receive bids at your municipality. This does apply only to municipalities. There are different statutes for counties and so forth. So what we did there is we went ahead and raised that to $75,000. Once again, accounting for the effect of inflation. The last time this was increased was 2008 for reference. And so we did that. That's similar to what counties, the requirement for counties for road work. So there's a consistency there that was important to our contractors. Additionally, after talking to some of our auto dealers, that they said that part of the problem was the bonding requirements, especially for some of the smaller vehicles. And here on the bottom of page 1 going on to page 2, you'll see that we basically waive that bonding requirement for vehicles less than $100,000. We have some larger dealerships in this state, but some of them are maybe not that big, and that bonding requirement is onerous. So if we, for some smaller vehicles, that would help out and provide more competition there. And finally, on the bottom of page 2 going on to page 3, sometimes a city town will, or joint powers board will put out a bid and they don't receive anything in response. And so all of this says here, the new paragraph T, is that if they put out a bid and they don't get anything back, they can go ahead and proceed through a direct solicitation. So long, once again, that is not over $250,000. That was the number they had for the most expensive type of vehicle that doesn't quite cross the line into major equipment such as snow plows or things like that. That's basically the size of a bus. So that's the amendment, and if you approve the amendment, that's the bill. Mr. Chairman, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just kind of looking at the original bill, there was a lot of changes of, instead of advertising for bid, it changed it to solicited for quotes. And then the amendment goes back to that language of advertising for bids. And I'm just kind of curious what the discussion was in between that language. I get the different threshold amounts, but just a little discussion on that.
Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So that was based off the input from our members of the press. They take their job very seriously, making sure that everything's as transparent as possible, making sure, of course, they think the best way to be transparent is to have an advertisement in the public notice section of their newspapers. So that was acknowledgement of those concerns. And the idea was, it'd be a little bit more, it'd obviously be easier, more direct for those municipalities just to go and find 3 bids. Similar, I think, a lot of the contracting process that happens with state government, if I'm not mistaken. But once again, that was a concern of our friends in the press, so that's why we made that change.
Any other comments on the amendment? Senator Dockstader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I fall under the category of friends in the press. I'll be declaring conflict on the vote. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, call for the question. All those in favor of Senator Boner's motion to adopt, reading the amendment, please. Those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The amendment has passed. We're back on the bill. Yes? Senator Boner's motion has passed. Back on the bill. Comments? I'll get the hang of this little computer thing. Senator Landon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real quickly, I wanted to salute the senator from Converse for taking the point guard duties on this one. We actually met together with one of the small towns up in my neighborhood. That you might recall, last year we went through a redistricting, and so the good senator has taken over some of the folks I've dealt with for many, many years. Anyway, we sat down to catch up with that small municipality and just came to the realization that they needed whatever help we could give them on this front. This took quite a balancing act, and again, I appreciate the senator gathering everybody at the table. We had the contractors there, the Wyoming Press Association, and of course the municipalities. And so, especially for the smaller communities out across, Mr. Chairman, I think this will be a good piece of legislation. So thank you.
Further comment? Further comments? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senator Boner's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report that it do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 164, say aye. Opposed? Okay, that has passed. It's passed committee of the whole. Next up is Senate File 50. Will the reading clerk please read it in?
Senate File 50, Charter School Amendments, sponsored by the Education Committee, an act relating to charter schools, was referred to Committee Number 4, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes Senators Beitman, Brennan, Scott, and Steinmetz. No, Senator Rothfuss. Senator Scott, Chairman.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I move in the Committee of the Whole rise and report it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 50 do pass. And Mr. Chairman, there was no standing committee amendment, and I will explain the Senate file. Mr. Chairman, this is the Joint Interim Education Committee bill. correcting some little problems we discovered in the first year of the operation, the new charter school system. Most of them are not of great substance, but there are a couple that are significant. Mr. Chairman, there's an issue of they have to designate a local education agency to apply for certain federal funds. Wasn't clear with the charter school who that was. This bill solves it by saying the charter schools can be that and do it themselves. The bill we passed the other day does it by having the State Department do it. We may well need a conforming amendment, or we may let that go over the House and let them deal with it, because this system works with the systems we have now. The other bill changes things, so we may have to conform things. That's why this bill's behind the other one. There's a change in the application form, just a technical thing on having to do with insurance, liability insurance, and how that's dealt with in the charter school application form. There's a report to the State Board of Education. You can find that on page 4. And then on page 6, bottom of page 6, top of page 7, what that does is it was assumed in the previous legislation, and that went through numerous changes going through the two bodies before it was enacted. It was assumed that the special ed and the transportation funds would go to charter schools, same as they go to the public schools. The lawyers afterwards decided that we need to do something special there. And what that line does is it makes the entitled to full reimbursement for the special education, charter schools for the special education expenses, just the same as any other public school, does the same for transportation. Mr. Chairman, I think we're probably required by the Campbell decisions to do that. And it's only fair, it makes it clear that's what's going to happen. And then section 3, the repealer on page 7, there was an old provision in the statute that provided for a double reimbursement for charter schools in the very first year of operation. That was not contemplated in the bill that passed before. Frankly, didn't catch that it was even there. And what this does is flatly repeal that. We heard rumors that it was going to be a problem for the smaller of the charter schools that's now been approved, but we haven't got specifics. So the bill as it is before you simply repeals that. Mr. Chairman, that's the bill. I'd be happy to answer any questions about it. Those last two items are more than just technical corrections.
Any other comments? Any further comments? Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I was now in committee and have concerns, and the only concerns that I have are related to the repealer, which relates to the double spending for the ADM. The rest of the bill really was a focus of a cleanup based on concerns that were raised related to the previous charter school law we passed. Charter schools were an interim topic on the Joint Education Committee, and we were tasked with effectively trying to find any problems with the statutory constructions based on the changes with the 3 new charter schools under the SLIB application process. So most of the bill addresses that, getting to special education, transportation. Those are good points, those are good things, and we need those to have equity between our new charter schools and our existing students. So that's all positive. The concern I have is with regard to the repealer which takes away the double funding of the ADM up front for a charter school. And Mr. Chairman, it wasn't an accident, it wasn't an oversight. I know that it was raised in committee when I raised it last year when we were addressing the new charter school bill, that there was a standard funding process for new charter schools that would lead to additional costs associated with charter schools. Nothing was done about that, and it led to a $13 million fiscal note on the 3 new charter schools that was substantially more because of the first year double ADM count. So that double ADM count is not an accident in statute. It's not antiquated. It's what charter schools under the traditional system use to start up. It turns out that you don't get to turn a school on from scratch with no additional startup expenses. There's a lot of associated cost with the first year of opening a school that has to be covered from somewhere. So in statute previously, for any new charter school, which again, there's I think 5 in the state under the old system, the startup costs were paid for by double calculating ADM for the first year. So that means if you have 200 students in your school, from the state's perspective, it pretends you have 400 students in the school for that year, gives you enough money to get the charter school up and running. That helps to cover reconfiguration, remodeling of the school, purchase of materials, everything else. It was a simple way to get that done. And that system might not have been perfect, Mr. Chairman, but it had a purpose, which was to ensure that there was sufficient funding to get a charter school going. During the interim, there are 3 new charter schools. 2 of them have some sponsorship from a national organization that supports charter schools that received some grant funding that provided those 2 schools with outside resources that would allow them to be able to start up. The 3rd charter school, that one in Chugwater, has no such funding. So 2 of the 3 said, hey, we don't need the funds, just go ahead and cut it, it'll make the fiscal note look better. That 3rd one said, oh my gosh, there's no way we could do this if we don't have that. We've been accounting on it. We read the statute. We know it's there. We don't know how we would start the school. I guess it's my takeaway, Mr. Chairman, that since 2 is a larger number than 1, we cut it and satisfied 2 of the 3 charter schools. So if we pass this bill without amending that, one of the 3 new charter schools has the rug pulled out from under us because they literally built their charter application on the assumption that they would get double ADM for the first year. And we're saying, no, we took it away after the fact because we didn't want the fiscal note to look so bad. So, Mr. Chairman, most of the bill is pretty good. The couple of little repealers were designed to fix the fiscal note. We can't fix the fiscal note. It costs money to start new charter schools. So if we're going to go down this path, and if we're going to have this process where we start up 3 new schools, we need to resource those schools in an equitable fashion, and that requires us providing that double ADM or something at least consistent with that double ADM. It sounds like 2 of the schools don't need it, but the 3rd one is really going to struggle without it. So, Mr. Chairman, I can't support this legislation as it's currently drafted, and I don't think the body should, unless we just really only want to support 2 of those 3 schools that were pointed to. And again, I'll just reiterate, when they did their case in front of the SLIB that got them the charter, they were working on the assumption that they would have double ADM for the first year, and base their economics and their opening and everything else for those students under the assumption of a funding model that we are reversing by passing this bill. That's probably not good. I'd go back to kind of the cowboy code. You know, we should keep our word. If we gave our word that we were going to fund them, let's go ahead and fund them. I wasn't a big fan of that charter school process. I think everyone in here has probably heard that and knows it. But from the standpoint of the kids that are going to attend that school, we actually have to provide them with sufficient resources to have a school if we're going to have a school. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there further comment? Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, we're finally getting an understanding of what went on in the finances, frankly. Mr. Chairman, I know the good senator talked about that 2 years ago when we were passing the charter school. And frankly, I probably should have understood it and didn't. Won't be the first time I've misunderstood something. Mr. Chairman, I would suggest that Senator Rothfuss has a point here, and there's two ways to solve it on second reading. We can either just remove the repealer, or we can go in and provide the old system for schools with a prospective enrollment of less than 200 or something like that. It would catch the smaller two, and the larger two have gotten grant funding, actually from several different organizations, including some local charities. That report is accurate. And they are making out with what they've got, Mr. Chairman, and I think are on, at least one Casper is on track to open next September. So, Mr. Chairman, I would suggest that I can get with Senator Rothfuss and we can see if we can bring you a solution on this problem, because I think it is a problem.
Further questions? Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I just would appreciate a little bit of conversation about waivers granted from a school district. I'm still trying to get arms around how the charter schools are going to fit into the system. And I was sitting here and really couldn't figure out in my mind what kinds of waivers might be given to these schools, and whether or not that came up in the interim. Would appreciate knowing a little bit more about that. Thank you.
Further comments or questions?
Right here, 21-3-312. Board required waivers.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I don't see anything relevant to that in this particular bill. So I'm a little at loss understanding the senator's question.
Further questions? Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So again, this gets into cleanup, but with a little bit of a reporting requirement. With charter schools, whether it's under the old system or the new system, part of the authorization process includes a negotiation of waiver requests associated with what the school is going to comply with regard to state law and regulations through the Department of Education, as well as their local boards of trustees for that matter, assuming that they're subject to it. And that's part of the negotiation. Now, with the newer charter schools under the SLIB, they would be negotiating those waiver requests with SLIB as opposed to with the local school district. This is effectively a reporting requirement annually for each of the charter schools. In this circumstance, it basically says that each charter school operating in Wyoming shall provide this report annually to the state board on the progress of the charter school and going through what waivers were granted. So the waiver granting process is not being granted through this. That's actually from either the old statute from last year or even from previously existing law where charter schools were authorized to negotiate waivers with their local school district. This is more about the reporting requirement associated with it, and rather than reporting to an authorizer, the report goes to the state board, which again is a policy choice, but it was basically, Mr. Chairman, the fact that I don't think SLIB wanted the reports. I think the State Board of Education was probably a more appropriate place for that. And then the local school boards obviously would still be getting that from their, assuming that they were the authorizer. Hope that helps.
Further questions or comments? Further questions or comments? Question being called. All those in favor of Senator Scott's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, that it do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 50, please say aye. Opposed, say no. Senate File 50 has passed committee of the whole. Next up is Senate File 157. Would the reading clerk please read it in?
Senate File 157, Weed and Pest Mitigation Tribal Inclusion 2, sponsored by Senator Cooper, an act related to weed and pest control. Was referred to Committee Number 6, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes Senators Baldwin, Ellis, Guru, Jones, and Schuler. Senator Schuler, Chairman.
Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 157 do pass. There is a standing committee amendment. I've asked that be read in.
Senate File 157, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 1, line 4 after.
I'll go ahead and move the Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 157. With that, I'll turn the time over to Senator Cooper to let you know about the bill and the amendment. Thanks.
Senator Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I'd like to call your attention to the title of this bill. It's Weed and Pest Mitigation, Tribal Inclusion 2. That 2 is really important. That means that we brought this bill back, we resurrected it, if you will. Another committee had looked at this, our Good Ag Committee. It had a hole in it. It had something in it that they didn't like. And we went out and we addressed what the problem was with the committee. I think we have a fix for it. But the reason it was resurrected is because the Department of Ag, our local weed and pest districts, and our tribal members, partners, felt this was important enough that we need to revisit it. It's critical that we move this forward for the best of everybody. What this addresses is the Emergency Insect Management Program. That's what this whole bill is about, the Emergency Insect Management Program. That means it's the bug bill. We're talking about controlling West Nile, the mosquitoes, and the massive invasion we've had on surrounding counties with grasshoppers. And so that's what this addresses, is the emergency situations we have there. First, I'll talk to the bill for just a minute. It's pretty straight up. On page 1, starting line 14, and over into page 2, line 1, it adds the words "any" to political subdivision, the Eastern Shoshone Tribe, the Northern Arapaho Tribe, or the cooperative tribal governing body may apply to the committee. Okay, so let's talk about who the committee is. The committee is the governor, the director of the Department of Agriculture, the director of the Game and Fish, the state veterinarian, the director of the Wyoming Department of Health. That's who manages this program. It's administered by the local weed and pest. Okay, so what we're running into, it seems like these insects, mosquitoes, grasshoppers, don't respect the borders of the reservation. It's part of the problem. We've got tribal lands surrounded by private ownership or BLM lands outside. When we spray one section, we can't necessarily spray the tribal. We don't necessarily include the tribal lands. Our reservation is unique, and right in the middle of it, there's a great big section carved out by the Bureau of Reclamation years ago, and that's mostly farmed by non-native farmers. They spray, but they join right up next to tribal lands, and they need inclusion on the tribal lands as well as the private lands. So that's kind of what we're running into. So the whole The whole purpose of this is to allow the tribal partners to be included in the system. Now, talking to the committee members that decided this had a hole in it, they said there's no coordination. There's no coordination between the tribes and the local weed and pest is where we were going. So with that, we bring you Senate File Amendment, Standing Committee Amendment number 1. And it says pretty blank, they're pretty straightforward. Applicants shall coordinate participation in emergency insect management programs under this article with the applicable weed and pest control districts. That means in order to be included, they've got to be working and coordinating with their local weed and pest. Their local weed and pest is controlled by the Department of Agriculture. Department of Agriculture is a member of the committee that controls the program. It's that simple. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to, with that said, I'd like to ask for your favorable consideration on the amendment.
Further comment? Question being called. Those in favor of standing committee number 1, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? We're back on the bills.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If there's no further questions, I'd like to ask for a question on the bill.
Further questions? Question being called. All those in favor of Senator Schuler's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, that it do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 157, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Senate File 157 has passed committee of the whole. Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, may I have privilege of the floor, please?
You sure can.
Thank you very much. We are not being invaded. We've got a friendly force upstairs, and they're wearing their camo because they want to bring attention to wildlife issues. And this is my good friend and constituent, Jessie Johnson, has brought these folks together. She's with the Wyoming Wildlife Federation, and they're here for Camo in the Capitol Day. And if you'd all stand up, we're glad to have you. Welcome to the Capitol. And Mr. Chairman, I think there's a little soiree tonight at the Botanical Gardens where you can eat some exotic wild game, and there might be some libation there too. I think it starts at 6 o'clock at the Botanical Gardens. 6:30. Thank you very much. The last person that shouted out from the deal today got in trouble. 6:30 is good. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Senator. Next up for your consideration is Senate File 181. If the reading clerk, please read it in.
Senate File 181, Drug-Induced Homicide, sponsored by Senator Schuler, an act relating to crimes and offenses. Was referred to committee number 1, which turned to committee recommendation that it do pass fail. Beg your pardon? One moment, please. Yes.
I hope those guys know that there's usually some talking going on.
was referred to committee number 1, which passed a recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Cooper, Furphy, Schuler, and Larson. No, Senator Case.
Senator Landon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 181, drug-induced homicide. There is a committee of the whole amendment. I'd ask that that be read in at this time.
Senate File 181, Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1, page 1, line 8, after.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the amendment, and for an explanation of the bill and the aforementioned amendment, I would ask that you call on Senator Schuler.
Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today I bring you Senate File 181, drug-induced homicide. This bill was brought to me by our county attorney, and then obviously some of the law enforcement folks who she works with. And it came as a result of seeing more and more fentanyl and meth and even heroin crossing into our state. Our community is a border town on I-80, and so we have some serious issues. And actually, there are some deaths, not only in our area, but in the state as a result of the increase of these drugs. So really, it seems like a pretty simple bill, because all we're doing is amending the offense of drug-induced homicide, 62108, and these are the penalties which pertain to drug-induced homicides. So if you want to go right to the bill, there really isn't anything on page 1 that's a big deal other than he at the very bottom there. Page 2 is where we get to the meat of the bill. And we're still leaving in the B, which just basically says that it's a violation if someone unlawfully delivers a controlled substance to a minor and that minor dies as a result of those drugs. Those list a variety of drugs, but we're just focusing on my amendment here, or excuse me, my new language here just focuses on 3 different drugs, the big 3 they call them, which is the heroin, the meth, and the fentanyl. So if you take a look at that section, 2 little I, Romanet 2, he violates WS 35-7-1031A and I by unlawfully delivering fentanyl, heroin, or methamphetamine to another person, and that person dies as a result of the injection, inhalation, ingestion, or administration by any other means of any amount of the fentanyl, heroin, or methamphetamine. And I think the important thing to remember about this amending of this homicide statute is that right now our most common felonies throughout our country are drug crimes. You would think they would be violent crimes, this sort of thing, but it's drug crimes. So we've got to get a handle on it. Obviously, our corner of the state, we're on I-80, and you've probably heard about many of the busts that are happening along I-80, and we're seeing more and more of the fentanyl, which is so dangerous. And as a result, not only is it a danger to our people, but it's also a danger to our law enforcement people who end up having to pull over some of these folks with traffic stops and having to deal with fentanyl. So really what this does is we're focusing kind of on the dealers more than anything else. And just hopefully the idea is that by adding this amendment, maybe our drug dealers and some of the criminals will think twice about bringing these 3 particular drugs into our state, particularly if someone dies. Really, there's only one other thing that at the very bottom of the homicide statute, it's a little different. It's different from 62109, which is homicide of a pregnant woman. This is not the same. And I think the thing that we have to think about is that, yeah, there's statutes out there that, talk about if you cause the death of a person by criminal negligence, but that's really just a misdemeanor. And all it does is it gives someone, it's still important, but they only go to prison for a year and have a fine of $2,000. What we really want to do is hammer those people that are the drug elements that are bringing in the drugs and trying to get them hopefully to think twice about coming into Wyoming. And hopefully we don't have any more deaths, but we know that'll happen. So we're trying to get to that problem right away. If you want to go ahead and now and just take a quick look at the amendment. The amendment basically it offers, I think, a little bit of a, what's the word I want to say? Makes it maybe a little softer, because what it says basically is that, let's just go ahead and take a look at the amendment. excuse me.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you. I was just going to say, on committee of the whole amendments, we can yield to the sponsor to explain after the bill. Just from a protocol standpoint, sometimes it works in the flow to bring the standing committee amendments as the person that's working it on committee of the whole. But if there's a committee of the whole amendment that's by an alternative sponsor, from getting the questions asked, getting things addressed, it works to just present the bill, have discussion on that, and then afterwards bring the committee of the whole amendment, which is presumably a different concept. So just as a point of order, that might be a workable way to proceed and allow the proponent of it to have the opportunity for the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Schuler.
Thank you. Actually, the amendment was brought to both of us, not only the other sponsor, but myself. We kind of did a rock, paper, scissors out in the hall to decide who got to hang on to it, and I mentioned that good senator from Fremont County could have it. So I'll tell you what, I'll let him deal with the amendment, and if you have any questions on the bill, we'll go ahead and take those right now.
Further questions? Would you read in the amendment, please?
Senate File 181, Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1, page 1, line 8, after.
It was moved.
Excuse me, folks, I'm getting confused here, but
No
Go ahead.
problem, Mr. Chairman. I did move the amendment, so we're good to go, and you're probably going to call on Senator Case, who's also on the amendment.
Senator Nethercott.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Case.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This amendment, I'm not a big fan of the bill, I'll tell you that, and I'd like to talk about that later. But this amendment is an attempt to provide some mitigation, because we can think of the situation, you know, in these drug situations, basically, Mr. Chairman, everybody's messed up in my mind. I think half the people selling drugs are doing it to support a habit, and it's, there might be cooperation between two people to use drugs, and that makes one person that gives drugs to another person guilty of a homicide. And it's not in the level of first, second, third degree murder, it's homicide. And it, you know, I can't make an analogy with alcohol, but I'll try. If my buddy brings a six-pack of beer over to the house, we sit down and watch TV and watch the football game, drink some beer, I fall over and die. If that were an illegal substance listed in here, which are dangerous things, I'm not trying to mitigate that, I'm just trying to do an example, then my buddy would be guilty of a homicide. Now, and please, I know it's kind of a ridiculous analogy, but people shoot drugs. It's not a recreational activity per se, but they do it cooperatively and together. So when that happens, if one person is involved in providing drugs to another person, and then the other person, say, goes into arrest or collapses, how do you make sure that that person's not going to say, oh boy, I better get out of here because I'll be guilty of a homicide? And we want them to know about this law so that they don't do it. So, but we want them to do something right then if they can. Call 911, provide first aid, you know, so that's what this amendment does. It just says, it takes the language in Part B, the new language, and it adds, and subject subsection C of this section, and C says, it shall be a mitigating circumstance at sentencing for any person convicted under this section if the person, Romanet I, contacted law enforcement or emergency medical services to report the need for medical assistance for the victim as a result of a drug-related overdose, or Romanet II, provided first aid or other medical assistance to the victim if the victim experienced a drug-related overdose. That's the amendment. Happy to discuss it. Question if there's no discussion.
Any further discussion? Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to figure out when it talks about mitigating circumstances. And so what does the court look at when they say, what does that mean that they should consider, I'm assuming it means that they should consider that and then look at the sentencing criteria, but do we have any examples where this language is in other criminal type felony cases and how the courts have reacted to that language?
Further comments? Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and for the amendment. It's not usual language in our criminal statutes because we leave the sentencing structure pretty broad. As you can see in the amendment or in the bill draft itself, the punishments that we put into our statutes are similar to what's here, which is for not more than 20 years. And then our sentencing structure in Wyoming is very broad. There's a pre-sentence investigation report for every felony conviction where a full biography of the defendant as well as the circumstances of the crime are prepared for the court's consideration. And then defense counsel and prosecutors can provide both facts for the court to consider that would be mitigating or encourage a longer sentence. In this case, I do support the amendment due to the circumstances associated with the likelihood of a death concerning an overdose with these types of narcotics. And we want to definitely encourage people to try to save those folks and get help on their behalf without complete fear of punishment. Of course, it will be a felony with a prison time likely attached to it. So not sure how mitigating it may be or a deterrent or an encouragement associated with that, but I do think it's positive. This type of behavior change or encouragement is not unusual when it comes to dealing with alcohol abuse or overdose abuse and other types of circumstances unrelated to the criminal courts. It's common in colleges to provide immunity from discipline if in fact you report it and try to render aid to a fellow classmate in these circumstances, that you won't be punished. So we certainly want to encourage this, but not absolve people of responsibility in these types of circumstances. So on and for the amendment.
Further questions or comments?
Yes.
Senator Hutchings.
Thank you, sir. I'm neither on or for it really right now, but I'm just a little concerned here. In the testimony on the amendment, there was a statement about they're doing this together. You have two junkies, you have two people that are high on something, and we think we're gonna have this guy just, or girl, run and call 911 or try to administer medical aid. I'm a little concerned about that and maybe want a little more discussion on it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Any other comments or questions? Senator Nethercott. Nope.
Little back row discussion,
Senator
Mr.
Case.
Chairman. Thank you very much. I'm not sure I understood the question from the good senator from Laramie County, but I think this is fairly common, that the use of illegal drugs and intoxicants is kind of a communal activity. Somebody brings something and another person might be involved in taking it. I just worry that if these are terrible drugs. Fentanyl is a terrible drug. And if someone overdoses and goes into a bad situation, the other person can be so scared that they take off when there was a little chance that we could have rendered aid and helped save a life. That's what I'm trying to get at. I don't know, it makes sense to me, but I'm happy to try to take another stab at it.
Thank you, Senator. Further, Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think where this bill is headed is, there's a lot of steps involved in, where drugs are from their moment they're manufactured to where they end up in where they're used. You have people that are organized criminals that are trying to bring those into our country, making them in our country. They're trying to get them, down the distribution chain. And so what I think this bill seeks to do is kind of draw a distinction between those that are, making it, selling it, distributing it widely, versus that final end user who is a person that has it. Their intent isn't necessarily to maybe sell it, but they're going to be at a party and be with their friends, and they might use it themselves. So in those instances, when they're present, we don't want them abandoning their friends who might be needing serious medical aid because they're afraid of getting caught with a felony. Their first instinct might be to run. Criminal code really does rely a lot on intent. When you look at classifications of murder, what did the person intend to do? And so I think that's where we're trying to draw a distinction, is the intent level. Certainly we want to go after the big distributors and people who are making these harmful drugs, but when they're at the end of that distribution line and you've got a group of people, that person's intent isn't to harm their friend. Heck, they might have taken the drug themselves had it not been for their friend falling over first. So that's what I think this amendment's trying to do, is trying to get to that level of intent to make sure we're not penalizing the people that really aren't kind of behind the big drug manufacturing distribution line.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Baldwin.
Just a quick clarification here of something that I've heard in the last couple of minutes about fentanyl. Fentanyl is a legal drug. It's a wonderful drug. We use it a lot in hospitals, in surgery. In and of itself, fentanyl is not a bad drug. The manufacturers of fentanyl are not a bad drug. The problem comes in when it's misused, when it's used by people in ways that it wasn't intended, when it's crushed into pill form, with OxyContin, when people roll up the patches and smoke them. So I just wanted to make that clear to the body. Fentanyl in and of itself is not a bad drug, nor are the manufacturers. And it gets a clear concept to keep in your mind. I think that's a big deal. It's the people that are misusing this drug that have the problem.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, my colleague from Laramie County with what she was explaining brings up, how far back could you reach in the chain of distribution under this bill? So is it just one step backwards as far as, or could you go back? Maybe that's already covered under other statutory provisions.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For purposes of clarity, two things. I think the senator from Laramie County was going back on the bill. The amendment is really pretty simple and only deals with sentencing. So intent is not considered in sentencing. This is a mitigating factor associated in a circumstance likely where it is two drug users, one dies, and if that other drug user who's going to be charged dropped them off at the hospital or called 911 and ran, the court can consider that as a mitigating factor in lessening the sentence. They're still going to be convicted of a felony. Intent at that point doesn't matter. It just is whether or not they're dead or harmed, and whether or not they took efforts to try to prevent that death from occurring if they knew about it. So it's just a sentencing piece, again, and it's not mandatory for the court. The court may consider it as a mitigating factor. Depends on all those pieces. We want to encourage people to try to help each other if they're dying from a drug overdose. So the amendment's pretty simple, not complicated for the court to handle. I'd ask for your favorable consideration, and probably the rest of the debate is back on the bill.
Question being called. Just a minute.
Ellen.
All righty, question on Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 181. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Okay, we're back on the bill. Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple things to consider in answering a question from the senator from Baggs. It goes all the way back in the chain because the statute references that section 35, which includes to manufacture, deliver, possess, or use. So it's all of that. So you could go back to whomever manufactured it and charge them with drug-induced homicide if in fact that user died from being exposed to fentanyl, which could in fact be a drug company. So I do think that that is something for the sponsor to consider, is in this circumstance probably reining it back. And then The specific, and that connects to the specific use of the drugs involved here, which it's limited to serious narcotics, which is fentanyl, methamphetamine, and heroin. But as the senator, who with his medical background indicated, a lot of times these illegal ones are used in combination with. And so if the fentanyl was used with oxycodone, that caused it, would that still apply in this case? And is that what's being considered? There's no references to the schedules of our controlled substances, as also found in Title 35. And then another question for the sponsor, which is why couldn't the state charge in these circumstances with felony murder? It is a felony to use or possess these narcotics, and if someone dies in that process, that's considered felony murder. And then I think the big picture policy question here is the role of personal responsibility in this case, and that's the question I think for this body to consider is how much do you want to hold someone responsible for choosing to consume what is a dangerous drug, regardless of how they get it. This statute currently is limited to minors, right? This 4-year difference where an adult is giving dangerous drugs to minors and they're dying from it, as opposed to maybe absolving the deceased from personal responsibility for their choice in taking a dangerous drug and really transferring that to someone else for being responsible for that death. And so a really big policy question for the body. And then also what I see too is a difference between consensual users of these drugs as opposed to someone who is unintentionally exposed. Oftentimes law enforcement does a traffic stop, there's fentanyl or some other dangerous narcotic that they get exposed to and can suffer serious consequences, or really anyone else. You know, rehabilitating a methamphetamine house or a location that produced these illegal drugs is very dangerous, and those drugs and chemicals remain. You know, that's an innocent person coming into it as opposed to potentially, I think what the bringer of the bill is intending to deal with is 2 consensual drug users and 1 dying. So just some further clarification from the sponsor on the bill.
Just a minute, folks, a little cleanup here. Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 to Senate File 181 has passed. Just to make that clear. All right. Further questions or comments? I believe Senator Landon was first, and then we'll go to Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Really appreciate our attorney friends and other senators for weighing in on this. This is a difficult lift on this front. Prosecutors, I think, like the idea that we're trying to get a little bit of a grip here. I just wanted to add to the conversation from the back of the room. One of the things that we're running into, we had a session with our judiciary joint committees to begin the session, and it was all about this drug, fentanyl. As the senator from Kemmer pointed out, this is a drug that can be very safe if used properly, but it's being produced in across the border, and it's also being produced in backyards. And literally, if those 2 people that we've been describing decide to use the drug, since there's so much inconsistency in pill form, for example, one could take it, have a safe high, the other one could take it and die on the spot. So this is something that we're going to be hearing more and more about as we go along. It is a good policy discussion and really appreciate it. There's more to do on this front, no question. I think this might be a good start with the help of lots and lots of attorneys and those who know a little bit better, you know, how much further we need to go. So thank you.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have remaining concern with the objective of the amendment and the fact that I don't know that goes quite as far as it needs to, because as I think through these scenarios, I think we understand the kind of scenario that this is targeting and trying to reach. But the scenario that I just see as likely is a couple of good friends getting together and regrettably choosing to take fentanyl, heroin, or methamphetamines. This could be a family member of any of us, and we all probably know people that have struggled with these types of addictions at some time. And so a couple of them get together, one of them brings the drugs, and it's the other one that ends up overdosing on it. And when I think through that scenario, I want the first and only thing that the other person does to be try to save their life, try to save their life, try to save their life. And, you know, if it's fentanyl, if you have Narcan or another inhibitor available, then you have the possibility of doing that. And I think if things work out, obviously people overdose on heroin and survive, and certainly overdose on methamphetamines and survive. But that survival, Mr. Chairman, requires rapid response and requires medical intervention. And so when we think this through, kind of what the most likely outcomes are, sometimes you might get the target that you're trying to target, but other times you might lead to somebody running away if they believe it's criminalized instead of making that phone call. And then I also think, Mr. Chairman, about the fact that nobody thinks they're going to overdose if they're taking drugs. That's not ever going through anyone's head. It's not like, well, I was thinking of taking this fentanyl, but now that I've read statute and I understand that I've got an enhanced penalty, I might not, because I might overdose or my friend might. Somehow I just don't feel like that's what's going through anyone's head. But I do think in that tragic moment of panic, that's when people start trying to figure out, what do I need to do now? Do I run or do I help? And I want the decision to always be help. Because, I mean, if just imagine if it's your kid or your brother or sister that is that person that's going into overdose, and they made a bad choice, clearly, and one of their friends is there. Are we really worried at that point about punishing that friend for being the one that showed up with the drugs? I'm not at that point. I just want my family member to survive. So, you know, maybe there's a way that we can work this through, Mr. Chairman, and try and get to the point where we're punishing the people we want to punish, those effectively drug dealers, the people that are selling it or engaged in criminal activity for the delivery itself instead of just showing up with it. So maybe that's something for us to contemplate. But I still have concern, even with the mitigating factor, again, with that language in place, I don't think that changes anyone's mind one way or another as a mitigating factor, and it still is effectively a felony where maybe you lose 2 years off of your sentence or something along those lines. So I still have concerns with the structure. I appreciate the intent. And again, just have concerns with the way the legislation stands as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Further questions or comments? Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A lot of good discussion, some good questions. I would just point your attention back to page 2. This drug-induced homicide statute already has in here, if you look at B, a violation of 35-7-1031. It's already in there that if you unlawfully deliver a controlled substance to a minor and the minor dies, obviously they will be convicted of a drug-induced homicide. So that's already in there. The only thing that I've done differently with this bill is I've taken out some of the other drugs that were mentioned in 35-7-1031 and just focused on those 3 drugs, fentanyl, heroin, and methamphetamine. But if you notice, this basically says a person. So if you unlawfully deliver these 3 drugs to another person and that person dies, so we really are just taking not only the minor part, where if you deliver and then a minor dies, and adding a person, an adult, hopefully, or hopefully nobody that dies. But the bottom line is we're really actually going after the drug dealers. That's really the intent here. We're not really looking at the people that accidentally bring something to a party and boom, boom, boom. then again, if somebody does bring a large amount of fentanyl and people die, I think what you have to ask yourself, is it worth it for them to just be criminally negligent and have a year of jail and a fine? Or is it worth it, for that? I mean, I don't know that you can't get that person back. Is 10 years enough? I don't know. Is 20 years enough? I think that's what we have to decide with this. So really what the bill is trying to get to is just amending that drug-induced homicide. We're trying to get the drug dealers, we're trying to get the people that are bringing the large amounts in and dropping them off in our communities, and then we have people that die. I hope that answers the question. I have one last thing I'd like to just throw out. I had a email today from someone in Rock Springs. I won't use her name, but she just said, I live in Rock Springs, Wyoming, a senior at Rock Springs High School. I'm writing you to ask that you help with this problem of fentanyl in Wyoming. I see you have a bill. As a teenager, I know firsthand the issues we have with drugs in Wyoming, especially even in Evanston, because I'm from Evanston originally. From my freshman year to my junior year, I was on drugs. I almost died, which is why I'm pressing this issue so much, that we need to fix our drug problems. I want to become a therapist who helps with substance abuse problems and helps others with the problems, because I know what it's like to have no one there. So please help us with this issue. That meant a lot to me. I think we need to do something. We need to try and stop the flow of drugs as best we can. I don't know that this bill is the end-all be-all, but I think it's a good start in the right direction. I would ask that your aye vote on this.
Thank you, Senator. Further questions or comments? Seeing none, I hear the question being called. All those in favor of Senator Landon's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, that it do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 181, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Senate File 181 has passed committee of the whole. Next up is Senate File 172. Would you please read it in?
Senate File 172, Stop ESG State Funds Fiduciary Duty Act, sponsored by Senator Beitman, an act relating to the administration of government. Was referred to Committee Number 3, which returned to committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Beitman, French, Ide, Pappas, and McEwen. Senator Beitman, Chairman.
Senator Beitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so with a do pass recommendation of Senate File 172. And I will explain the bill, since I am the sponsor of the bill. This is it's a culmination of over a year, probably a year and a half's worth of work that I've been doing on this subject. Last year I did bring a piece of legislation that didn't make it through and went back to the drawing board, really put some thought into it, reached out to other state legislators across the country, and we all collaborated and found out what worked and what worked in their states, what didn't work. We all met the same common objections, so we went back to the drawing board with state treasurers and other state legislators, and we came up with we landed in a pretty good place with 2 bills, and this is one of them. State Pension Fund Fiduciary Duty Act goes into Title IX, Article 7, Investment of State Funds, and adds a section which basically sets forth, and to make a long story short, it simply states that if you're in charge of all the public money, taxpayer money, your number one duty is to maximize returns for that money. Pure and simple. You're not to take into account environmental, social, or governance factors. Any what we're seeing with this new wave of in investments is ESG, social governance, stakeholder capitalism is what it's called. It's not capitalism, it's stakeholder capitalism, and it's a big difference. It's turned investing on its head. And what that does is it doesn't necessarily make profit or maximizing shareholder value the number one goal of investing. It brings in all other social factors, environmental factors, any other causes that they think is a worthy cause and they think they need to promote that. Well, that's fine if that's your own personal company and it's your own money. But when we're dealing with state money and state funds, and we're one of the largest sovereign wealth funds in the world, and this is taxpayer dollars, I think our fiduciaries need to act in a way that only takes into account financial matters. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll walk you through the bill. Like I said, Section 94722 is created to read investment of state funds consideration of only financial purposes. We list out some definitions, what a fiduciary means, and what financial means. What financial means on page 3, Romanet 3, means having been prudently determined by a fiduciary or trustee to have a material effect on the financial risk or the financial return of investment, period. That's what it means. It shall not include any other, like I said, social, political, ideological interest. And it goes on, you know, we list those at the bottom, page 3 and on to page 4. Oops, excuse me. Romanet 5, investment, or 4, investment entity means all the state treasurers, SLIB board, retirement board, and the Wyoming retirement system. So we're trying to catch all the public funds to make sure this act applies to all those fiduciaries that are responsible for maximizing our returns. Subsection B, in making and supervising investments of state funds, each investment entity shall discharge its investment duties solely in the financial interest of the beneficiaries of the applicable state funds for the exclusive purposes of providing financial benefits to the beneficiaries of the state funds, deferring a reasonable expense of administrating, and meeting other purposes required by law, not prohibited by this section. It's pretty straightforward. And then there's an out on page 6, line 15, paragraph F, unless no economically practical alternative is available. Obviously, there are some very large investment people that's the only one in town. You might have to use that one for now until there's a viable alternative. We talk about another issue that comes up and that we've discovered is with this whole ESG thing, Mr. Chairman, if, say, Wyoming contracts out to one of the big firms, the biggest investment firms, ones that own over 20 trillion in assets under control, I think we all know who they are. And with those funds, they get to vote our proxies. So if they're a large shareholder in say a fossil fuel company, publicly traded fossil fuel company, they could vote our shares to put people on the board of directors that may not be pro-fossil fuel, for example. And it's happened. And it's been noted in the news, and they've done this. So they're basically, by allowing this to happen, we're basically slitting our own throats. So this requires the state to not do that and not allow our proxies to be voted in this manner, pull our proxies back, and the state treasurer is in the process of working on that as we speak. We heard good testimony from his office. They're on board with getting out of these types of investment companies that don't share our values, Mr. Chairman. And I think this is just a smart thing to do for Wyoming. Wyoming needs to protect our interests. And whether it's in ag, mining, oil and gas, you name it, firearms. We have a lot of industries that are not politically favored by a lot of people on the coast who have the money. Problem is, they're trying to circumvent the legislative process and using their money as their power to institute social change. We just shouldn't use public money to do that, sir. So that's the gist of the bill. The rest of the bill is conforming language, Mr. Chairman, and I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Senator. Any further questions or comments? Senator Guru.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Question for the good bringer. I'm missing something here. I'm sorry? on the amendment? No, there's no amendment.
There's no amendment.
Sorry. Thanks, Coach. I got this. I got it, Coach. All right. A question for the bringer. A question for the bringer. Seriously, if in this state we actually manage our own funds. Have just right across the way there we have a big trading floor, and if the state investment committee, the 5 elected officials, wanted to invest in a company that was a startup here in Wyoming, employing Wyoming people, and may not be the best performer in its class right now, but because it was producing Wyoming jobs and helping Wyoming people, we want to invest in it. According to this law, we wouldn't be able to do that. Do I have that right?
Thank you, Senator. Further questions or comments? Senator Pappas.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, as I listened to testimony on this bill in committee, I was a yes vote in committee, but I was an iffy yes vote. The testimony I heard typically, especially from our chief investment officer for the state of Wyoming, when he told us the ramifications, you'll notice the fiscal note says it's, you know, we don't know what it's going to happen. We don't know what it's going to do. But he frankly mentioned that, you know, we have all these investment managers. I don't know how many we have. We have lots of them who we use. And those investment managers have portfolios in all sorts of different companies that have ESG policies. And with the penalties that this bill, you know, I'll point to paragraph J, with the penalties on here being 3 times the amount paid to the person for their services, we're going to lose a lot of these managers. We're going to have to negotiate every contract that we have with a manager. And some of them who have been performing well for us will just not take that liability anymore, because they don't know in their portfolios who is going to have these kind of policies, and you know, they frankly don't care. They want to return the best investment for us. That's what we hire them to do. But that won't happen. And I forgot the actual number, but he suggested that we'd be losing millions of dollars in investment income. At some point, we'd have to negotiate everything, and then we would be settling for managers who will play it safe but may not get us the best investment dollars. So that's why I was kind of iffy. I like the idea of you know, doing business with companies that only you know, that don't discriminate against our industries here in Wyoming. The problem is these money managers, these investment managers, you know, don't look at all that stuff. The individual companies may have a policy, and those policies could change from time to time. They could change from day to day, from year to year. And if they have a contract and those policies change during their contract, then they'll be held liable. And so he doesn't think that those folks will contract with Wyoming anymore. So I guess there's a downside to doing this. And if we're willing to agree to that downside, fine, we should pass this bill. Anyhow, those are the thoughts that I took away from the conversation in committee. Again, I was a yes vote because I was kind of on the, you know, I like the concept, but I don't know what it's going to do financially for the state of Wyoming. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Pappas. Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this gets to sort of the question that I have about the workability of it. The intent is really to optimize economic return and make sure that economic return is the primary motivation of our investment strategy, and that the investment strategy is not subject to motivations that we see on page 3, onto page 4, et cetera, on page 5. And I understand that interest of making sure that our investment is based on sound financial returns rather than some sort of social agenda. The concern I have, Mr. Chairman, it comes down to the fact that so many companies, including Wyoming companies, have some type of proclaimed social agenda. And I don't even know who keeps track of all that. And some are offensive to some people, others are offensive to others, but they end up at the end of the day being corporations. They may not be public benefit corporations, but they still might have, as part of their internal vision as a company, certain objectives. So oil companies, they have certain objectives that are going to be consistent with their industry. And at the end of the day, that might not be to truly optimize return on investment. It might be to also, keep their employees employed, keep good jobs, and keep their industry moving forward. So there's some self-preservation there for that industry. And then you go to other industries, maybe you are an ag community and you want to keep your ranch in Wyoming, even though it makes more sense to outsource and ranch in another country, but you kind of make these decisions, and a lot of them have specific agendas, and they're social agendas, and a lot of times they're published on the websites of these companies. So, Mr. Chairman, it sounds like it's easy, but at the end of the day, we use brokers that then invest secondhand in largely funds that are then comprised of other companies. Sometimes 1,000 companies will be in the fund. And I can imagine a circumstance where 700 of the companies we find acceptable, 300 we don't, but we invested third tier in this entity, and now somebody is supposed to pay a penalty. I don't even know who at that point is supposed to pay the penalty. It might be the treasurer's office, since they were the one who made the choice. I have no idea, Mr. Chairman. But getting back to the concept of how do we implement this when so many companies have these policies, so that we could even be coherent with it. So the first question is, how can we be coherent with a policy like this and truly implement it? And then the second question I would have is, let's assume we can, and let's assume that we have the capacity to sort of instantaneously figure out who has ESG policies in place and who does not. And then we, the state, only invest in those that don't have the ESG policies, but maybe the ones that have the ESG policies actually have a higher return on investment and represent a better investment portfolio. Now, we are literally making an ESG decision, ironically. We're driving our investment policy based on whether they do or don't have an ESG policy, which, in and of itself, Mr. Chairman, is an ESG policy, ironically. And so we'll reduce our revenue by choosing an investment strategy that is anti-ESG. And I think it violates the bill, Mr. Chairman. So I'm struggling. I'll turn it over to the sponsor.
Thank you, Senator Beitman, and then Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me take those before we get even farther into the weeds on this bill. This bill is a lot simpler than the good senator was just discussing. This applies to the decision makers, the fiduciaries, the people that are managing these assets. This basically says they can only take into financial considerations. So if the if I'm in charge of the state investments, I can't have a policy of in ESG investing. Like I can't go out there and say, you know what? The purpose of the Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund is going to be to lower greenhouse gas emissions, and I'm only going to invest in companies that do that. That's what this bill does. Doesn't take into account how we're going to keep track of all the companies we invest in and what their ESG statements are and all their virtue signaling, because a lot of it's virtue signaling. A lot of these companies, you know, Adam Smith, I'm wearing my Adam Smith tie today. Adam Smith talked about the invisible hand. ESG is the invisible fist. It's the invisible gun to the head. You're going to do this, or we're going to cut you off financially, or we're going to cancel you. That's stakeholder capitalism. That's not capitalism. So companies are scared. Oil and gas companies put out ESG statements all the time. Oh, we're all about reducing our carbon footprint, and here's what we're doing. And they put up beautiful pictures of what they're doing, but they're an oil and gas company. They're a fossil fuel company. They do that to keep people from picking on them. So it does differentiate between the virtue signalers and the investment managers that we hire or we contract to and what their policy is. Their policy needs to be, we're going to grow our pension funds and we're going to do it on a strategy and a philosophy based on nothing more than financial decisions. We're taking out all the politics, all the social justice stuff, and we're only focusing on money, the old-fashioned way. So that's all the bill does.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So like it or not, public policy is being decided by others using our state money. And I would refer to you, again, the bill. The act ensures that public retirement systems are not engaging in politically motivated investment practices. The bottom line is that companies charged with weighing responsibilities of stewardship investment and pension dollars for the state of Wyoming should not manipulate those investments to pursue a particular agenda that hurts our Wyoming industries. And I think that we can maximize our returns without hurting Wyoming industry. And that's what this act does. Take a look at the bill.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Ide, and then Senator Furphy after that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was sat in on the committee on this as well. There was a lot of good comments there. The thing that I get my head around is, you know, our legacy industries, ag, oil and gas, coal, those are the monies that we're collecting and, you know, that we're investing from our taxpayers. And we're arming the enemy with our money to put them out of business. And that's the way I see it in simple terms. We need to protect these legacy industries, because if we just keep giving our money to these investment folks that don't care and they're working against all of those industries, we need to do something about it. So on and for the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Next is Senator Furphy. Sorry, are you? There we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to confirm with the bringer of the bill. It has to be an intentional investment. We're not looking at, for example, the investment company of the retirement plan clears through a New York bank that may have some ESG background, but that's not intentional. So I'm saying we're okay with using banks and other national firms that may have those investments, but we're not intentionally investing in them. We just may need to use them to clear our securities transaction. I just wanted to confirm that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Further questions or comments? I believe Senator Rothfuss was up, and then Senator Scott. Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the clarification from the bringer, and I just want to make sure that I'm understanding it. It sounds like as long as the fiduciary doesn't know, we'll just go with this. If they haven't read any of the ESG statements and they're effectively blind to the ESG component of all of their investments, it's my understanding then from the sponsor that they would be fine if they're not using that as a motivating factor. So just to be clear, and as an extreme example, if they invested in an equity fund that effectively shorted one of our coal companies, that's fine as long as they effectively don't know that there's that motivation. So it's the independence of action, not the action itself, so to speak, that's the key here. If they're acting objectively and without ESG motivation, then their actions are going to be okay, even if it leads to them investing in companies that have strong ESG positions, regardless of what that position is. Is that accurate?
Thank you, Senator. Next is Senator Scott, I believe. Are you still wanting to speak? Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, as I've been listening to the debate on this, it sounds to me like a lot of the concern is with regard to what the penalty provisions may do to the willingness of people to contract with us. And it strikes me that here we're dealing in the private sector, hiring people that want to do business with us so they can make a profit serving us. And you will have the normal private sector motivation that within reason the customer is always right, and if he's wrong, we'll try to tell him, maybe persuade him, but the customer does have the right to set some of the terms. And I wonder if we couldn't remove a lot of the, and I want to say very much, I'm in sympathy with the goals of this bill. I think the ESG investment stuff is just crazy what's going on. But the suggestion I'm going to have is, could we remove much of the concern and still achieve the objectives of the bill by simply giving the board that's involved here, that's hiring these people, the ability to terminate or not renew the contract of any of these fiduciaries if they violate this act, and then removing the more stringent penalty provisions that you find on page 8. And if that wouldn't be a good way to compromise this bill and get the results that we're seeking without potentially getting into some of the problems that the threat of penalties might produce, and people saying, we aren't sure that Wyoming's a profitable outfit to do business with. And put the conversation more, your customer wants this done, and if you want to keep our business, you got to do it.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I'd like to thank the bringer of this bill for the work you did on this. I think this bill makes a really strong statement. Unfortunately, ESGs are just as real as electric vehicles. The state of Wyoming has an ESG rating with different financial firms around the world. They rate us just like they do everybody else. We'd all like to stop it, slow it down, do something different. I'm not sure what the right answer is. I just recently read an article by the CEO of one of the large coal companies up in the Powder River Basin, and he was talking about ESGs, and he said, there's very little I can do for my E side of it, but we can mitigate the E's with the S and the G, with the social and the governance, and that's what he's asking for from his communities and his counties up there is help with that social and governance side. Along with this statement, I think we need to really think about what we can do on the social and governance sides for our industries, for oil and gas, for coal, for Trona, for our railroads. Those things are really important. They got to have, it's a great statement. We got to do more to go with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Further questions or comments? Senator Case.
I'm having a little trouble with this. I understand the big picture, Mr. Chairman. I'm a little worried, though, that we got a lot of things that the sponsor of the bill chairs the committee that the bill went to. They didn't produce any amendments on the bill. We don't have any proposed in the committee of the whole. I'm wondering if it's really had the thoughtfulness that we think about. And a couple of things I might point out. Sometimes investing in alternatives is a way to hedge what we have. You know, we're fossil fuels, we're in all the way, but we may want to hedge our fossil fuel portfolio by investing in green energy as a hedge, because we don't know what the next decade's going to play out, and we might want to do that. So we might explicitly want to invest in green elements. And here's another thing I figured out. A lot of fossil fuel companies, they're working very hard to have ESG policies within the fossil fuel companies. You see it all the time. And, you know, and some of them have good returns and some of them have bad returns. But if we imagine a fossil fuel company that wants to, say, continue to produce natural gas, but wants to reduce the sporadic emissions of natural gas from its fields, its pipelines, and everything, and makes a big pronouncement about that, reducing its greenhouse gas emissions, and takes pride in that, and rates itself for that because it did all these things to reduce, you know, emissions in the field. Is that ESG? Is that something we would decide, oh, we don't want to invest in that company? I think it gets a little tortured, and it's a little, the whole thing's just really prescriptive. And I'm sure the treasurer thinks he can do this. He's taken on a lot of obligations this year. He's going to run charter schools. He's going to do this, or not charter schools, but he's going to run scholarships for education programs. He's in it. I'm proud of him. I'm not sure we can really do this and think this through, Mr. Chairman. I hope you to give me some help on this. I know you're on the committee.
Thank you, Senator. Further questions or comments? Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I think the problems here lie in the penalty sections. And Mr. Chairman, I do have an amendment written out to essentially replace the penalty sections with giving the power to terminate or not renew a contract of a fiduciary that doesn't pay attention to what we want. And I think that will allow us to proceed and allow the people administering this act to be effective in telling the fiduciaries, this is what your customer wants. And I think we'll achieve the basic purposes the act is seeking to achieve.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do agree with the tall senator from Bates Creek. That was my big issue with the bill as it was how we were going to treat these investment managers, because the liability that they're facing, we're just not going to see them renew our contracts with the state. But if we got rid of paragraph J on page, whatever it is, 8, and replace it with a carrot rather than having a stick, I think then I'd be all for this bill. So thank you to the good tall senator from Trona County. I think he's hit on a good solution.
Thank you, Senator. Further questions or comments? Further questions or comments? The question having been called, all those in favor of Senator Beitman's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report that it do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 172, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Senate File 172 has passed Committee of the Whole. Next up for your consideration is Senate File 131. And please read it in.
Senate File 131, Prohibition on Delivery of Unsolicited Ballot Forms, sponsored by Senator Hutchings, an act relating to elections. It was referred to Committee Number 7, which took a committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators Boner, Case, Landon, and Scott. No, Senator Barlow. Senator Case, Chairman.
Senator Case.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with a do pass recommendation on Senate File 131, Prohibition on Delivery of Unsolicited Ballot Forms. There is a standing committee amendment, and I respectfully ask that it be read in at this time.
Senate File 131, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 1, line 3, delete.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the standing committee amendment to Senate File, it just moved, 131, and I would like to yield to the sponsor of the bill, the good sponsor of the bill, the fine senator from Laramie County, Senator Hutchings.
Senator Hutchings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I also would like to thank the Corporations Committee. I always thought their committee would be a little harsh, but I've got to say this year and on the two bills I had in that committee, they did a phenomenal job. This bill prohibiting the delivery of unsolicited ballot forms was brought to me with the concerns about election integrity. We had, during the last election cycle, a form sent out that had the appearance of an election ballot, absentee ballot request form. And unfortunately, some of our citizens actually filled out the campaign mailer and sent it in to the county clerks. Even though I don't believe, and this is just my opinion, that it was meant to do harm, it did have an appearance of evil and deception. So the county clerks were in agreement with the bill and the Secretary of State on the bill. And I'll go over it really quickly because it's really simple. And the way the Corporations Committee amended it, it really cleaned it up and brought more clarity and brevity to the bill. It's an act relating to election prohibition, prohibiting a person from distributing unsolicited absentee ballot request forms to any qualified elector and providing for an effective date. On page 2, lines 1 through 3, unless requested to do so by a qualified elector, no person shall distribute an absentee ballot request form by mail, email, or any other means to any qualified elector. And if I may bring in the amendment, you'll see where it clarifies things. On page 1, it takes out our providing, yes, it has been. It takes out line 1, page 1, line 3. It deletes providing a penalty. Page 1, line 9, it deletes entirely and inserts E. On page 2, after the word person on line 2, you insert except the county clerk or Secretary of State. And on lines 3, the good senator brought in an amendment to, after the word means, add which claims to be an official election document. And then on page 2, lines 5 through 14, they deleted that section entirely. That was already in statute. And if you look in your box, you'll see a document, Senate File 131, Senate District 5. It gives you an example of a document that was mailed out. So you can see the confusion that some of the voters may have had with the form. I also got an email from a lady who said that she's happy that we're getting this particular bill out because she had a husband who died and they're still getting the absentee ballot requests at her house. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll sit for any questions. I ask for your favorable consideration on the amendment. I think it's good for the bill, and we'll go with that.
Thank you, Senator. Any questions or comments on the amendment? Any questions or comments? Question being called. Those in favor of the Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 131, please say aye. Opposed? No. Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 13 has passed Committee of the Whole. Back on the bill. Senate File 131. Apologize. It's the dyslexia. We're back on the bill. Any question? Question being called. All those in favor of Senator Case's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, that it do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 131, please say aye. Opposed? Say no. Senate File 131 has passed Committee of the Whole. Next up for you, your consideration, is Senate File 110. Will the reading clerk please read it in?
Senate File 110, Personal Property Tax Exemption, sponsored by Senator McEwen, an act relating to property taxes. It was referred to Committee Number 3, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators Beitman, French, Ide, McEwen, and Pappas. Senator Beitman, Chairman.
Senator Beitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with a due pass recommendation of Senate File 110. And to walk us through the bill and the standing committee, if he's so obliged, I'll send it over to Senator McEwen.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to start out by saying that this is a horrible, rotten tax that we need to really look at. And if you check, there should be a handout on your desk. I just want to start out with, this is what we've done. If we go over many years, at 82 years, an asset at the current growth rate will have a taxable value of 4.79 times the cost of when it was new. Does that make sense? I would ask you to consider it, because this truly is just a policy change. I'd like to go to the second page. Let's say you had an asset from 1932. It's possible. If you go down there and look at the trending factor, that's 33.55 times the value of that when it was new. And if you look through this, if you have something from 1970, that's 7.3 times. So as we look through this, it appears we're generating revenue any way we can. And I just want to go to the back page. This is from a state to the north of us, the way they're handling their personal property taxes. First of all, they go 10 years. And if you look, they started a trend factor of 1, and it just keeps dropping down. That being said, my personal experience, I have a 35-year-old grinder. I'm paying taxes on it in a grocery store. It's about 5.5 times the cost of it when it was new. Let me say that one more time. 5.5 times the cost for taxes when it was new. So I think we need to look at different ways to actually get rid of this tax, and that's all this bill does. Some of the benefits, we're going to put $160 million back into our local communities. That is going to entice other oil and gas and maybe even coal mine industries to come work in the state of Wyoming. That's also going to create a higher velocity of money, so we're going to have more sales tax coming in also. Am I here to tell you that if we change this tax structure around, the sales tax is going to make up for it? No, I'm not. I don't know what the outcome will be, but I know it'll have a positive effect on it. And this tax is not really transparent, and it's really not very fair either. We're taking our legacy industries and literally taxing them to death. So I would ask for your favorable consideration, and I'd like you to think of this more as a shift in tax policy than just getting rid of a tax. It doesn't go into effect until 1 January 2024. That gives us time to shift some of the ways we tax around that are more fair, and will actually do things to entice industries to come to the state and give us a great advantage over other states. And in the meantime, this will probably shock you, but industries that deal with oil, trona, coal, all support this, along with another association that deals with taxes, are backing this also. And with that, I'll stand for any questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Further questions or comments? Senator Beitman.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move, now that the bill's been explained, I'd like to have the standing committee amendment read in, please.
Senate File 110, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 1, line 15, reinsert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll move standing committee amendment number 1, the Senate File 110, and just explain what this does. The assessors came into our committee and they brought this to our attention that if we are going to exempt personal property tax, they still would like to be able to inspect the real property. And that was overlooked in the original bill draft. So what this does is it reinserts the stricken language on page 1 and 2, dealing with that duties of the assessor. So that all goes back in, and then on page 2, line 3, we just put the word any in front of reinsert any and insert real. So it says real property. I'll stand for any questions. If not any questions, I'll call for the question.
Thank you, Senator. Any questions on the amendment? Question being called. Those in favor of standing committee amendment number 1 to Senate File 110, please say aye. Opposed, say no. Standing committee amendment number 1 has passed to Senate File 110 has passed committee of the whole. We're back on the bill. Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. After listening to testimony in committee, I did vote yes on this bill, but it was with a caveat. And that's a mechanism to backfill those people who are actually going to lose by passing this bill. And the people who are going to lose are going to be our community colleges, our communities. We're taking the money away from them, right? This is a tax. I voted yes because I don't like this tax either. A tangible personal property tax, or sometimes a TPP, or sometimes a BPP, as it's called, a business property tax, is a tax that's, you know, I've paid it for the last 38 years in my business, right? I get a report, I get a sheet of paper and it says, list your business equipment, your, you know, your desks, your computers, your whatever you've got. And I turn it in. No one ever comes and looks at what I have. Never have I been audited. I'm sure some of the big players might have. People in the oil and gas industry, maybe, I don't know. The issue is with this kind of a tax, it's very hard to administer, very hard. So I'd like to see it go away. I'm for the bill in that venue, but I'm not for the bill if it doesn't come with a mechanism to make whole all the folks that are going to be losing from this tax, okay? For instance, my particular community college in here, I looked up, I got the numbers. In the next biennium, just the one college here, $4.68 million. They're not going to see in one biennium. That's something that, and that's 10% of the current operating budget. How are we going to replace that? You know, and as much as I agree that we shouldn't do that, because what we're doing is we're taxing our oil and gas and we're taxing our mining industries more than we should. So I agree we can pull that tax off. But how are we going to replace this money? If someone can give me a good way that's palatable to all 92 of us here, and that will get on board and find a way to replace these tax dollars, I'm all for it. But until we get that solution, I'm afraid I may have to be a no on this bill, because we need to make whole the folks that we're robbing this money from in order to create the, to get rid of this tax. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Kolb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a question to the bringer of the bill. I'm looking at the comparison chart that was handed out, and it appears by this chart that, in fact, we're going to be, you know, losing money as to compare. This change is a negative change, not a positive change, over 18 years, from 0 to 18 years. In fact, the graph shows that changing this policy is going to be a costly one. And I'd like to add that 30 years of the said asset, I would be dead. And also at 50 years, I would be very dead. So for depreciation.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Case.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, a fiscal note is wrong on this. It's incomplete anyway, because what it deals with locally assessed property. We also have major state assessed property that has what so-called business personal property. Remember a few years ago, we kind of the 101 on this. I think at one time they used to actually tax the possessions you had in your house, and that was the personal property. And it's kind of been in the vernacular of our taxing authorities that they also call the same property and business personal property. We started a trend in our revenue committee to get away from, to call it business personal property. And I know the good senator from Laramie County talks about when you have your computer listed in your small business or things, but we're not talking about small business here. We're talking about major equipment in our natural resource industries, pipeline companies. We're talking about major levels of equipment and, you know, drilling rigs, these kind of things. And so the point I'm making is that the fiscal note is only based upon locally assessed property, but there's also state assessed property. And I can't tell you what that's going to be, but I will guarantee you one estimate I have here that it's $2 billion statewide. Okay, close, 1.93 billion dollars. And then you have a tax rate on that. You have to apply the average mill levy and get, so you're talking about another, perhaps, and depending on how it's assessed and things break out, it could be another 60, 70, $80 million. And I don't know the exact, but it's a lot more money at the state assessed level in the same time period. So this bill has more implications than you think. It gives a break to our good friends in industry. It won't help out the good senator from Laramie County very much. That'll be a few bucks, but industry will get a big break. I can certainly understand why they want that, and I don't blame them. Nobody likes to pay taxes. And maybe this is a good deal because we gave a similar break to our residential and commercial, so now maybe it's time to do the industrial. But it's pretty serious, Mr. Chairman. And I guarantee you that equipment's taxed in other states. Is there something wrong with the way we're taxing it and the valuation? Boy, I want to hear all about that. I want to hear all about that because I didn't know that before. But we do have a standard in our Constitution about what the tax level should be, and that it's based on the fair market value or the valuation. And so if you have a complaint about how a thing is valued, that's what the Board of Equalization is for. And if it's state assessed property, you go straight to the State Board of Equalization. Every other state taxes it. It's not a pretty tax. Taxes aren't pretty no matter what. Property taxes fund local services. They don't fund anything at the state. So all special districts, go down the list. Cities and towns get 8 mills. Counties get 12 mills. Special districts get a variety of mills. Most of the mills go for education, probably in excess of 40. And then your colleges and all these. So where this money's not going to go is to education. And if this is a year to come get a tax break at the Wyoming legislature, then pile on. And we are beginning to hit all segments in a good way. I don't think this is a good idea. If we have a problem with valuations and that there's old equipment out there that doesn't have a current value that's reflective of the taxed value, that's a reason to go to your Board of Equalization. That's a reason to ask the assessors what's going on. That's a reason to work on the administration. But let me tell you, this fiscal note is not telling the whole story. It might be a little more than half of the story, but it's not telling the whole story because of the state assessed properties. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senators. Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to refresh the body's memory. If you look at page 2, lines 14 through 18, that stricken language we worked on a few years ago, and that was what I lovingly called the de minimis tax. And when I was on the Revenue Committee, one of the recommendations that we received from our government efficiency study that we did years ago was, are there taxes out there that we're collecting that don't generate a ton of money? So the example I would use is I had my own small business for a number of years. I would declare my computer and my cell phone, and I would get a tax bill for it, $2, $3. And at some level, it was just ridiculous. I'm like, this has got to cost more to administer than it's worth collecting. So 2 years and painstaking hours and hours and hours to get this language inserted, lines 14 through 18. But in doing that, I'm just kind of looking at some of my old information. The good senator from Fremont County is right. In 2019, the data I have was the total amount collected was $134 million. The bulk of that comes from your oil and gas industry, and then those operations with large, heavy equipment, farms, ranches, things like tractors. Again, to refresh the body's memory, we set that $2,400 de minimis amount, and it wiped out a significant number of accounts that our county assessors were keeping track of, and that was the goal. Really, it knocked out a lot of accounts, but they just weren't generating a lot of money. And I think the total hit to the statewide, the projection we looked at was $3 million. And I just remember, Mr. Chairman, how much of a fight it was to get that bill passed for $3 million in tax relief to taxpayers that weren't generating or really contributing to this tax base. So I just wanted to offer that information. There are a number of different classes that I looked at back in the day. Those that produce less than $15 in a tax, so there were about 7,000 of those accounts. less than $100, about 18,000 accounts, but then more than $1,000, 6,000 accounts. So this really is a small universe of people that will benefit from this. Again, oil and gas, farms and ranches. So just wanted to offer that information, and then just, you know, what a difference a couple years makes when it looks like we have no revenue going into the future, how difficult it was to get 3% or $3 million tax relief to some of the smallest businesses in Wyoming, to the conversation we're having today. So when we talk about volatility of our budgeting structure, I just want to offer that to you. Just a little history lesson as we discuss this.
Thank you, Senator Ellis. Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So first of all, I want to thank the bringer of this bill. This is going to help my small business community in DuBois and Pavilion and Riverton. And once again, we have a tax relief bill in front of us. And as I said earlier this week, I'm so afraid that we're going to leave this session without anything. Here is an opportunity to help the rural small business community with a little help. And this does it. And I guess I'm speaking to my communities, my Senate district, that I am voting to try and help those who need tax relief. That's why I was sent here. This does it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On for this bill, I again thank you, the bringer of this bill. I think, to me, this is true Wyoming economic development. We don't have to, staff a bunch of new agencies to find who's the best and cherry pick the winners and losers. This one goes right to the entrepreneurs that have been fighting it out in the trenches for a long time. And as he mentioned, a lot of this equipment, they're paying 5X what the value of it was when they bought it. It's a bad tax, and I'm for this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Further questions? Let's go to Senator Cooper, then we'll go to Senator Beitman. Senator Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to say that this bill does exactly what the senator here said, and the senator there said, and the senator there said. It provides that relief. What they didn't mention is it bankrupts his county, it bankrupts his county, it bankrupts his county, it bankrupts my county, my schools, my cities, my community college, my hospitals. It's a half a bill. Where's the other half?
Thank you, Senator. Senator Beitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, Senator Case, you're next.
Oh.
Go ahead, Senator
Okay,
Beitman.
yeah, I just, on and for the bill, Mr. Chairman. This is the worst tax we have on the books. This is by far. And you ask anybody, this is the worst tax. So the tax brings in money. Yes, every tax brings in money. But if it's a really bad tax, it's a bad tax policy, I think it's our job to fix it and to get rid of it. And we'll come up with the money. This will drive economic growth. This will provide an enhanced sales tax revenue. This could save jobs. We don't know. Nobody has a crystal ball what the economic benefits of this tax are, but it's going to be positive. It's not going to bankrupt anybody. We have a budgeting process. We'll have to prioritize our dollars. Maybe we won't be spending so much on pork in the budget if we have to tighten down to get this done, but I'm all for that. And don't forget, this equipment, they paid sales tax on that, Mr. Chairman, when they bought it. This is a double tax. They pay property tax on it every single year. And then if it's a mining thing, they pay on the produced minerals that the equipment provides for. Double, triple taxation, bad tax policy. Wyoming needs to get with the times. There's a lot of states looking at getting rid of this. Some have already done it. It's our job to look at our tax code and take out the stuff that doesn't make any sense. This tax really is a bad tax. It needs to go away. We'll figure out the way to backfill it, find different revenue streams. We have sales tax options that we can go for. We can get rid of exemptions on sales tax and make up that difference. Let's get creative. Let's not be scared and hide in our holes and do nothing like we always do. Oh, we can't do that. We clutch the money we have, even though the way we get it is just wrong. We clutch our money and we say, no, 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 we're not going to change anything. This is the way we've always done it, so we're going to continue to do it. Change is scary. Let's not do anything. Let's look at this with fresh eyes. Let's help our industry who's been paying the freight forever. Our coal mines, they need some relief so they can buy some new equipment. Who knows what they're going to do with this money, but it's probably going to be good things, Mr. Chairman. So let's give this a fair shake.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Case is next, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think the folks back home, for me, they just elected me. I never promised to come down here and give them tax release. I promised to come down here and work hard, support the Constitution, which I took an oath to, and to try to find the best sustainable way to move Wyoming forward. I took a lot of heat because I served for quite a few years on the Revenue Committee and worked for tax reform on the Revenue Committee and still would. The Revenue Committee has a different philosophy now. It's now kind of an unrevenue committee, Mr. Chairman. But we have to look at Article 15, Section 11. It says, all property except in this Constitution otherwise provided shall be uniformly valued at its full value as defined by the legislature in 3 classes. The 3rd class is all other property, real and personal. Constitution says we have to levy this tax. The tax that is mostly paid, that is of concern, is paid by our mineral industry, Mr. Chairman, just like they carry the freight all the way. And I thank them, I respect them. But the mineral industry is driven by mineral commodity prices and opportunities. By opportunities, I mean ability to operate in an area and not get the permits and things like that. The equipment that is being taxed is still used to produce value. And if we were to untax it, it doesn't change where the mineral industry is going to go, because they got to go where their resource is. And their resource restrictions are not limited by their investment ability. I don't know if you've learned lately, but they're doing pretty well on profits, and they have for the past years. They're not limited by the amount of money they can generate. They are limited by opportunities to explore and to produce. And I'm willing to work on that with everyone. But they are not limited by our level of property taxes. Now, if you don't think that your property tax is the full value, you have remedies. And I guarantee you mineral companies avail themselves of those remedies and spend a lot of time at our State Board of Equalization. And it's good for them. They absolutely should. They also go to our county boards. But every other state has this tax that I'm aware of. We don't have a comparative advantage by getting rid of it. The fiscal estimate is off by, at least 40%, so that it's closer to being twice what the cost is. And I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, but we are not going into the rosiest of times. It may not seem like it, but I heard Senator Cooper, I'm sorry to use the proper noun again. I heard a good senator talk about what's happening with commodity prices, which we depend on. And really, we had a whole bill about the attitudes of the rest of the country towards fossil fuels and mineral production, and how the world is changing. We've got to find a way. This is not the time, Mr. Chairman, to be giving broad tax relief. We need to find a soft landing here, because our world in 10 years is going to be very different. You eliminate this tax, you're not going to bring the lost revenues back in sales tax, because it's in an industry that's not driven by the tax policy on their equipment. It's driven by the price of minerals and the drilling opportunities. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Case. Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I really appreciate this chart. However, it's an academic exercise. It's not reality. I sold that equipment into those industries for 40 years. The accounting expertise in those companies is incredible. They do not allow themselves to go 49 years with an asset. They look at an asset in 10, maybe less years, and they move it out. 49 years is when the coal mining started in Campbell County. That's 1973. There's not a piece of equipment there left that was there originally. They're in museums, they're scrapped, they're gone. And same way in the oil field, 1973, we were selling compound rigs that no longer are being used. They're all electric rigs now. So nobody that has any accountants would allow this to go this long at all. They would reinvest in equipment. And of course, that's a good thing, because that's what they should do, is reinvest in better equipment that works better and does better. I would submit to you that the ag industry doesn't even use equipment that long. A lot of times they'll buy not a brand new tractor maybe, but a newer tractor that gets better fuel mileage and that kind of things, so that they can lower their costs. So anyway, this is great academics, but not real world.
Thank you, Senator. Further questions or comments? Further questions or comments? Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm a little confused. When we started out early, we were upset that we were bringing tax relief with a way to backfill it. Now we're bringing something without a way to backfill it, and we're upset about that. One of the other comments made, mineral production, that's going to go away. I don't think it's going to go away, but if it is, that's another supporting reason to vote for this. Why would we hitch our wagon to something that's going to die and fight so hard for it to keep it? And I guess if the pages here are an academic thing, I would ask why we have the trending factors for all those years. I would also argue there's a lot of farmers with 30, 40-year-old tractors. In fact, most of the ones I know, because they're paying so many taxes they can't get a new one. The fiscal note, there's a whole bunch of lot smarter people who put that fiscal note than I am. And I'll be glad to go back and question where we're missing the 40%. But I don't think it's doubled from when the good senator said it was 130 million 2 years ago. I don't think it's up to 300 million now. But I'll check that out. As far as the constitutional issue, we wrestled really hard with this. And the reason it is constitutional is it's missing a word. The word it's missing is repeal. It grants exemptions. Once again, we sit in here and we grant exemptions all the time, but we don't want to grant this exemption. So let's just say we're not going to grant the exemption, but let's not immediately go to it's unconstitutional. This will, you put that kind of money into our small communities, you're going to have more sales tax. How much more? I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball. In fact, I couldn't find the flaw in the fiscal note, so I got some homework to do on that. But I do know we've had 3 presidents over history, John F. Kennedy, Ronald Reagan, and Donald Trump, who drastically cut taxes, and somehow the economy came around and the government actually had more money than it did before it granted the tax relief. This is kind of a scary way forward, but this is just one of many tax policies. This isn't the end-all be-all of every bill. It doesn't mean we're not going to backfill it. It probably does mean there's going to be some cuts, but it's also going to put money back into our small business owners' pockets. It's going to take care of our major industries. It's going to help us out greatly. And with that, I'll call for the question.
Thank you, Senator. The question being called, all those in favor of Senator Brightman's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, that it do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 110. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. All those in favor, please stand. I'm unsure. Those against, please rise. Okay. Chairman votes aye. So the vote is 15 for, 13 against. Senate File 110 has passed committee of the whole. Yes, sir.
I would just maybe a whole stand at ease, sound of the gavel in 10 minutes. 10 minutes break.
10-minute break.
Good job, Jim.
Committee of the Whole will reconvene. Senator Hicks, Majority Floor Leader Hicks, sorry.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we are going to get through SJ 11, so that's the only thing between you, 3 bills, and getting out of here, so. Aye. We got 3 more to go, folks. That's between you and adjournment.
Everybody ready? Next up is Senate File 159. Will you please read it in?
Senate File 159, Stop ESG, Eliminate Economic Boycott Act, sponsored by Senator Beitman, an act relating to the administration of government. Was referred to Committee Number 3, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Beitman, French, Ide, and Pappas. Excuse, Senator McEwen. Senator Beitman, Chairman.
Senator Beitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with a due pass recommendation of Senate File 159, and I'll explain the bill. This bill is the second of 2 of these anti-ESG, or the pushback against ESG and stakeholder capitalism that's affecting our state and trying to protect our taxpayers and our interests. This bill leverages the state's purchasing power. It's quite massive, and other states have already done this. So collectively, a lot of these fossil fuel producing states or ag states or states that have other like firearms and timber industries can all band together and use our collective purchasing power to push back against ESG and this kind of stuff. And the bill specifically just says, if you're going to get a state contract with the state of Wyoming, you're going to do business with us, you need to certify that you do not engage in boycotting or discrimination as defined in the bill. So if you go through the bill, we have some legislative findings I think are important to kind of lay the groundwork, because not a lot of people understand the economic warfare that we find ourselves in. And it just goes on, it explains how certain industries are being targeted, specifically those in Wyoming. Banks and insurance companies, financial institutions are denying capital and credit to our needed industries. One of the largest banks in the country not too long ago got completely out of the oil and gas business. They used to be the largest underwriter of financing for oil and gas in the state of Wyoming, and that dried up because of this kind of stuff. So when you get through the findings, Mr. Chairman, you get into some definitions on page 5. Economic boycott means without an ordinary business purpose, refusing to deal with, terminating business activities, or otherwise taking a commercial action that is intended to penalize, inflict economic harm, limit commercial relations with, or change or limit the activities of a company because of the company without violating any law, mind you, engages in, and we list out the different industries. Exploration, production, utilization, transportation, sale, or manufacture of fossil fuel-based energy, timber, mining, or agriculture. And paragraph B talks about firearms. Paragraph C talks about not committing to environmental standards to reduce greenhouse gases. Does not meet, then we get into the social aspect of the ESG, which is board composition, employment, all these other factors that don't really factor into, if we're already doing this and we're complying with state and federal laws, this goes above and beyond that. So that's what those boycotts mean. Government entity simply means the state, the university, and any local government or agency, board, or commission thereof. Talks about what an ordinary business purpose is. Means any purpose that does not further social, political, or ideological interest. It talks about what shall be deemed to be taken a factor that furthers a social, political, or ideological interest. It's based on evidence and a purpose that is found in but not limited to. Paragraph A talks about advertising statements, explanations, reports, communications with portfolio companies, statements, commitments, participating affiliation as a status as a signatory to any coalition initiative, joint statement of principles, and the whole 9 yards. So the meat of the bill is on page 8, contracts with governmental entities, requirements and exceptions. So it says, no governmental entity shall enter into a contract with a company for goods or services unless the contract contains written verification from the company that the company does not engage in economic boycotts, will not engage in economic boycotts during the term of the contract. And this, we have some placeholders. This section shall not apply to contracts that are between governmental entity and a company with not less than 10 employees and for a value of not less than $1,000. Certainly open for suggestions there, but I put those in as placeholders. And then we have interference with contract. This is important, and remedies for that. So no person shall take any action that penalizes or threatens to penalize any financial institution for complying with this act, so the retribution and retaliation. Allows for the Attorney General to, or the district attorney in the county where a violation occurs may enforce this act and make an investigation. And section 2 specifies that this will apply to all contracts entered into it on or after the effective date. And section 3 is the effective date. Believe that covers the bill. Hope you have your support on this bill, and I'll answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator. Further questions or comments? Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on the economic boycott list, I have a question about this. The list seems kind of one-sided, like it presupposes that there's a correct side on all of these things and talks about a boycott is something where you don't engage in business practices for one of these reasons. But the intent, as I understand it from the earlier language, is kind of the concept of for any reason, that you're basically boycotting business because you have some social agenda. So I guess, Mr. Chairman, when I read that first phase of, hey, let's make sure that we don't engage with any company that is boycotting groups or boycotting businesses based on their views, that seems reasonable. That's fair and equitable. It's basically saying, all right, let's treat everybody equally. But then when we tack on a list that is effectively an ideological list that seems to reflect only the views of one ideology, I feel like it's literally trying to do the opposite of what my original reading of it is that it wants to do. So I guess I'm struggling to understand why that list is there, the ideological list of these are the people that we don't like, if the idea is let's not judge through business, let's treat everybody equally. So how do we reconcile the idea that we have an enumeration of ideologies based on assumed support in a bill that is intended to prohibit that type of ideological support? I guess that's my first question. And I guess my second question kind of gets to the philosophy of, it seems like what we would do, and I'm being a little bit philosophical here, is that we're going to economically boycott any company that economically boycotts other companies. Is that effectively what this is doing? We seem to be taking sides if someone else takes sides. And so I'm struggling with this meeting its intent of neutrality by itself not being neutral, Mr. Chairman. If we can have a little discussion on that.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I want to emphasize to the body what this actually does again. The Eliminate Economic Boycott Act prohibits state government entities from contracting with companies that boycott responsible American businesses expressly because they operate in certain industries, most notably fossil fuels, timber, mining, and agriculture. You know, if we look back at economic boycotts, there are instances where I would actually agree with economic boycotts. If we look at what happened in the 1980s, the United States, I believe, had an economic boycott against South Africa because of their policies of apartheid. And I think any enlightened society would agree with that economic boycott. The United States has economic boycotts when it comes to terrorist organizations or terrorist states, such as Iran and North Korea and Syria, protecting our nation and people from harm through an economic boycott. The reason I support this bill, though, is that to have an economic boycott against the energy companies, the mining companies, the agricultural community in Wyoming, or fossil fuels in Wyoming, hurts the very companies in this state that are the lifeblood of this state. This is a reasonable act. It protects the people of Wyoming, the industries in Wyoming, and this needs to go forward.
Thank you, Senator. Further comments or questions? Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the passion in the room and the desire to protect the people of Wyoming. Just some questions or concerns that I have when we've learned our lessons the hard way when we get so zealous and when we get victimized and we feel like we're losing control over the future of our state and our dollars. I do have concerns and curious to know if there's been any conversations about the constitutionality of the bill, particularly as it relates to First Amendment and the freedom of association, the freedom to contract, and the freedom of speech. So I know everyone wants to maybe gloss over that I'm planting a bomb of some sort by questioning the constitutionality, but I'm quite sincere in the question and the concern. And so, as we have learned historically, when we want to pass something and maybe don't slow down a bit, it ends up costing the taxpayers money as we work this issue out in the courts for being unconstitutional on its face. Again, I appreciate the effort. What kind of consideration has been made regarding its constitutionality?
Thank you, Senator. Further questions or comments? Senator Beitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I would answer the question with a question. If the last speaker thinks this is unconstitutional, I'd like to hear why. Let's have that discussion. And that's why we debate bills and the legislature determines whether or not we think something's constitutional. But certainly, if I thought this was unconstitutional, I wouldn't have brought the bill, Mr. Chairman. So I'd like to hear why the last speaker thinks it's unconstitutional. We'll talk about it.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly don't believe anyone is intentionally putting forward a bill that is unconstitutional. It's certainly not my suggestion here. Some of the concerns that I see, just without doing any legal review or research, I'm not the attorney for the legislature, but boycotting or taking actions, whether you agree with them or not, is First Amendment expression. First Amendment expression is a constitutional right. And so anything that prohibits or chills, particularly by a government actor like the state of Wyoming, makes that unconstitutional. So requiring any company that contracts with the state of Wyoming from exercising their First Amendment rights or prohibiting that First Amendment right may be unconstitutional. And of course, the freedom of association, prohibiting those companies who contract with the state of Wyoming from associating with others who may boycott industries that we don't like. Again, that freedom of association and their subsidiaries and shareholders, if they're doing other things, they have the right to have other contractual relationships as part of that freedom of association. So again, this is just on its face, and curious if those considerations have been made or any conversations with the attorneys for the legislature concerning this piece.
Thank you, Senator. Further questions or comments? Senator Beitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the good senator from Laramie County. Then what about the constitutional rights of the state of Wyoming to do business who we choose to do business with? And we're picking who we're going to do business with based on purely a business purpose, not a political purpose. So we have the right to not do business with people that are trying to put us out of business. It's common sense. There's companies out there that are going to make money off of us and then turn around and use that money to try to put us out of business. I think we have a state interest into stopping that from happening. Absolutely. We have an obligation to protect the interests of Wyoming and its citizens. So I don't think there's a constitutional issue here.
Thank you, Senator. Further questions or comments? Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to reiterate my earlier question about neutrality, which was once again stated that the interest of this is neutrality. In that we don't want to do business with companies that employ tactics of economic boycott effectively. But we have a list of what we mean by it, and it's not a general list. As a matter of fact, it doesn't say anywhere something like including but not limited to. It's literally a list, and that list does talk about things like fossil fuel-based energy, timber, mining, or agriculture, but it also has the E provision where apparently we care about sexual identity, or excuse me, gender identity and sexual orientation politics as well, right? We have to get into that in this bill because it's important that we weigh in, once again, on ideological beliefs as opposed to neutrality. So my question, again, to the proponents, is this supposed to be neutral, or is this supposed to be ideological in nature? Is it about objecting to boycotts, or is it about objecting to things we don't like when they're boycotts?
Thank you, Senator. Further questions or comments? Senator Nethercott.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just to respond to the defense of to why the bill is constitutional from the sponsor of the bill, because the government's purpose in protecting the people and its industries therefore makes it constitutional. Imagine a different legislature in a different time who thought it was important to protect the people by restricting gun rights. Would that be constitutional? Or would that arguably be a violation of the Second Amendment? What if it was important for the government to search our homes? It's to protect us. Would that be constitutional? Probably not. So the government's intent does not trump the Constitution. So it's very important to recognize that concern before we get sued by 17th Street lawyers down south and we end up paying for a political statement.
Thank you, Senator. Further questions or comment? Senator Dockstader.
Mr. Chairman, I think we're speculating about things that may or may not happen, or creating scenarios that what if this, what if that, or political statements. It's not a political statement, Mr. Chairman. It's about the survival of this state and all that goes with it, and all the people that are employed in this industry. And it's good to stand up for what is Wyoming. That's why we need to support this bill.
Thank you, Senator. Any further questions or comments? Majority Floor Leader Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I don't know whether the constitutionality is relevant from a standpoint that if it would have been challenged, there's already a number of states that have already done this. Texas, Florida, North Carolina, Arizona, Missouri. So I'm assuming that there would have been some legal challenge to the constitutionality of all these other states to do these boycotts. So I'm not too worried about that issue. Certainly, some of these have done this for months now. I think 5 or 6 months ago, some of the states started pulling the investments out and boycotting some of these firms, and they've not been challenged on any issue of constitutionality on those, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I believe Senator Hutchings wanted to comment. Is that true? Okay. All right, question being called. All those in favor of Senator Beitman's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, that it do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 159, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Senate File 159 has passed Committee of the Whole. Next up for your consideration is Senate File 140. Would the reading clerk please read it in?
Senate File 140, Building Code Requirements, Refrigerants, sponsored by Senator Pappas, an act relating to public health and safety. It was referred to Committee Number 7, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Barlow, Boner, Case, Landon, and Scott. Senator Case, Chairman.
Senator Case.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, that it do so with a do pass recommendation on Senate File 140, Building Code Requirements, Refrigerants. I thought the body needed a little chill, and I'll hope you support this great bill and listen to the very cool sponsor, Senator Pappas.
Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, we'll have a chilling time right now. Okay, this bill is a very short bill attempting to make a small correction to our building codes. This deals with an issue that the Air Conditioning, Heating, and Refrigeration Institute is looking to pass in all 50 states, and a dozen of them have already enacted this little change, and many more are actually looking at it now as we speak. So all this short little bill does is designate acceptable refrigerants to use in place of the refrigerants that are currently used. The EPA has created a list of acceptable refrigerants. The old refrigerants have been either toxic to the environment or highly flammable, and so they've been replaced. You've probably all heard that certain refrigerants are no longer available. They've been outlawed by the federal government because of their toxicity to the environment. Well, the building industry, the air conditioning industry, needs replacement refrigerants. And so the EPA has come up with a list of replaceable refrigerants. So all this does, if you look on page 2, line 4, or line 5, the refrigerants shall not be prohibited or regulated by any code, ordinance, rule, or regulation of any state or local agency by any political subdivision of the state of Wyoming, except that any equipment containing a permissible refrigerant shall otherwise be utilized and installed in accordance with applicable law. This is actually, this language and the refrigerants that are shown on line 4 that are in 42 U.S. Code 7671K are going to be approved by the folks that we adopt our building codes from the International Code Council. We adopt the Uniform Building Code. These refrigerants will not be in the code till the 2004 code. We are now under the 2001. And when we do adopt the 2004 code, it's typically not right away. So it'll be 2005, 2006 till we adopt them. Manufacturers want the ability to make sure that they can use these EPA approved refrigerants that will replace the HFCs that are currently. Now, that doesn't mean that everybody's got to go run out and buy new equipment. No. The federal government, as long as you have your equipment, you're good to go. But new equipment will have new refrigerants. And so we want to be able to allow this new equipment into Wyoming under our code now. So we're asking for this technical change to the code. Now, I do have a standing committee amendment, or not a standing committee, a committee of the whole amendment. May I have it read in, please?
Senate File 140, Committee of the Whole, Amendment number 1, page 2, line 7, delete.
Thank you. I move Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 to Senate File 140 and ask for your favorable consideration. Good senators, all this does, it goes into line 8 or line 7 and 8, deletes the word accept and replaces it and deletes the word permissible. So basically, this was some wording that was asked by the committee to be changed, just to clean it up. So basically, it'll read, subdivisions of the state of Wyoming, provided that any equipment containing a refrigerant shall otherwise be utilized. So it's just language cleanup the committee wanted to see. I promised them I'd bring this language, and so again, small little technical correction. I ask for your vote on the amendment.
Question being called on Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 to Senate File 140. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 to Senate File 140 has passed Committee of the Whole. Senator Pappas.
So that's the bill. I'd stand for questions.
Question being called on the bill. All those in favor of Senator Pappas' motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, that it do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 140, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Senate File 140 has passed Committee of the Whole. Next up, and I believe the last one, yay, is Senate Joint Resolution 11. Senator Larson. Oh, excuse me, would you read it in, please? Sorry.
Senate Joint Resolution 11, Convention of States, sponsored by Senator Larson. A joint resolution requesting Congress to call a convention for proposing amendments to the United States Constitution as specified. Was referred to Committee number 7, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Barlow, Boner, and Case. No, Senators Landon and Scott. Senator Case, Chairman.
Senator Case.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, that it do so with a do pass recommendation on Senate Joint Resolution 11, Convention of States. For an explanation of the bill and to lead us home and into the fine evening, and not to mention the Corporations Committee meeting, I yield to the good senator from the Bighorn Basin, Senator Larson.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Larson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm excited to bring this bill. We've been talking about it for quite a while, 3 or 4 years. Similar ones like this, but I'll go ahead and go through the bill a little bit and explain some other stuff. This is a joint resolution requesting Congress to call a convention for proposing amendments to the United States Constitution as specified. The framers of our Constitution in the United States empowered the state legislators to be guardians of liberty against future abuses of power by the federal government. The federal government has created a crushing national debt through improper and imprudent spending. The federal government has invaded the legitimate roles of the states through the manipulative process of federal mandates, quite often unfunded. The federal government has created or cease to operate under a proper interpretation of the Constitution. Instead of having a Constitution we can carry in our pocket, it's a book about this thick that judicial rulings have said, now our Constitution is this. And that's not what the founders anticipated. So it is a solemn duty of the states to protect the liberty of the people, particularly the future generations, by proposing amendments to the Constitution through a convention of states under Article 5 for the purpose of restraining the federal government in their abuses of power. So therefore be it resolved, the legislature of the state of Wyoming hereby applies to Congress under the provisions of Article 5 for the calling of a convention of the several states limited to proposing amendments, and the topics will be impose physical restraints on the federal government, limit the power and jurisdiction of the federal government, and limit the terms of office for federal officials and members of Congress. The legislature of the state of Wyoming adopts the application made under Section 1 of this joint resolution expressly subject to the following reservations and understandings and declarations. An application to the Congress of the United States to call a convention of the several states for the purpose of proposing amendments to the Constitution confirms no power to Congress other than the power to call the convention. The power of Congress to exercise this ministerial duty consists solely of the authority to name a reasonable time and place for the initial meeting of the convention. Congress shall call an amendment convention of the states only upon the receipt of application for substantially same purpose as this application from 2/3 of the states. That's 34. Currently, for this particular one, we're at 19. Congress does not have the power to or authority to determine any rules for the governing of this amendment constitution. Congress does not have the power to set the number of delegates sent by the states, nor does it have the power to name the delegates of the convention. The power to name the delegates remains within the states to decide. By definition, a convention of states to propose amendments to the United States Constitution means that the states shall vote on the basis of one state, one vote. A convention of the several states to propose amendments to the Constitution shall be limited to the consideration of the topics specified in this joint resolution and no other. This application is made with respect or express understanding that all amendment that any way seeks to amend, modify, or repeal any provision of the Bill of Rights shall not be authorized for consideration in any manner. Pursuant to Article 5 of the United States Constitution, Congress may determine whether proposed amendments shall be ratified by the legislature of several states or by state ratification conventions. In this proposal, we're saying we would recommend that Congress select ratification by the legislature of several states, which has been the way that we have done it, all except for one. This application constitutes a continuing application in accordance with Article 5 until the legislatures of at least 2/3 of the several states have made applications on the same subject. And lastly, the Secretary of State, when this is passed, this resolution will send a copy to the President, President of the Senate, Speaker of the House, of the Congress, and to our Wyoming congressional delegation and to other states, so they know. I did give you a handout just so you all had in your hands, Article 5, and I'm briefly going to go through it. In Article 5, it says, "The Congress, whenever 2/3 of both houses shall deem it necessary, shall propose amendments to this Constitution." That's the way it's happened all along so far. Every day, they can propose amendments if they can get 2/3 of a vote in each house. Why shouldn't the states be able to do that? We should get together and talk about it. It also says the Congress, on the application of the legislatures of 2/3 of the several states, shall call a convention for proposing amendments. That's all they can do. They can't tell us how we're going to act, what the rules will be, who will go, or anything. They can just tell when the date is and where. And then the rest of it says which in either case shall be valid to all intents and purposes as part of this Constitution when ratified by the legislatures of 3/4 of the several states or by conventions of 3/4 of the states. If you go down a little bit further, the Constitution grants of power to various assemblies, Congress, state legislatures, federal and state conventions are as follows. And I think I've already gone through them, but I'm going to go through them again. It gives authority to 2/3 of each house of Congress to propose amendments. Like I said, every day they can do that. It gives the authority to 2/3 of the state legislatures to make an application for a convention for proposing amendments. It gives the authority to Congress to call the convention. It gives the authority to the convention for proposing amendments. So when you get at this convention, it'll be big. It'll be the nation will be watching. The state that gets it will be going, yeah, there's a lot of money coming in here. All the people will be there to watch. But at that convention, that's where the proposals will be made. Authority of the Congress to decide whether ratification shall be by state legislatures or conventions. And if Congress selects the former method, authority to the state legislators to ratify it, 3/4 of the states. And then also if the state if it's by a ratifying convention. On the back page, I'd like to go to the statutes that we passed in 2017 to limit our delegates when they do go to these conventions. I know this is a big topic for many of you and of a concern. But quite a few of us were here when we passed this, I think. Item A, no delegate shall have the authority to vote to allow consideration of or to approve an unauthorized amendment for ratification to the United States Constitution. Any delegate shall be directed to vote for procedures and rules mandating that the convention remain a convention of states where each state is represented by one vote. Any vote made in violation of subsection A and B of this section shall be null and void, and the delegate making the vote shall be immediately recalled and replaced. In Part D, it says each delegate shall be required to take the following oath. I think I'm going to go ahead and read it to you. I do solemnly swear to affirm that to the convention, to the best of my abilities, I will, as a delegate or alternate to an Article 5 convention, uphold the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America and Wyoming. I will not vote to allow consideration of or to approve any unauthorized amendment proposed for ratification to the United States Constitution. I understand and accept any penalties that Wyoming law may impose on me for violate this oath. Sections E, it says any delegate who violates the oath shall be guilty of felony punishable by imprisonment for 5 years or a fine not more than $10,000 or both. and shall be ineligible to serve as a delegate, and any certification of the delegate shall be null and void. And then at the end, it says, the Secretary of State shall notify the President of the Wyoming Senate and Speaker of the House in writing of the need to assign delegates when we get to the 34 states. The members of the Senate shall elect 3 members of the Senate to serve as delegates, and the members of the House of Representatives shall elect 3 members of the House to serve as delegates. So that gives you an idea of how we'll go about that. Something else here. I got to find it. I do want to say, as I walk these halls and look at all the old pictures that are out there, I quite often wonder how our forefathers would have dealt with this. And it's interesting to find that our state took this on when they had issues with our federal government and the power they're taking away from us. And they weren't fearful. They jumped right out there and said, we don't like it. And in fact, in 1939, we had proposed an amendment that we wanted to talk about, or a proposal on income tax and on the limit of income tax. In 1959, we proposed that we wanted to talk about limiting federal powers. We're kind of doing that right now. In 1961, we had a balanced budget amendment that they wanted to propose. At that point in time, they knew the federal government was out of control then, spending money. We're $31.5 trillion in debt. Can't even imagine that. That's $31.5 million. Don't even know what that is. In 1979, we proposed a balanced budget on emergencies. In 1963, we wanted to talk about the Supreme Court and review some of the decisions they had just recently made. Also in 1963, we had a couple other ones. We wanted to talk about the apportionment of legislatures. At that point in time, I kind of think our senators were maybe by county, I'm not sure, but I think that was overruled by a proportion of population, but they wanted to talk about it. In 1963, they also wanted to talk about how a mode of amendments. And then in 2009, everybody got fearful, and we rescinded all those. Many states did that, which is sad. I don't think it was the right thing to do. Don't be fearful. But luckily, in 2017, same time we did the Delegate Limitation Act, we proposed that we would go talk about the balanced budget, our federal budget, and try their hands. So with that, I'll sit down and ask for questions, and hope you'll vote for the resolution. It's so much needed. Let's go take control of the federal government that the states form.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Excuse me, Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just some questions. When I first got in the legislature, I remember the bill that you referenced, or the bill that was referenced about some sideboards for the Convention of States. But I remember we also passed, at the time it was House Joint Resolution 2, which would have called on Congress, or I can't remember the details, but it was the balanced budget amendment. And then there was a time in there, I think, where we wiped the slate clean because there were a number of resolutions that had been lingering, and some of them for decades. So the legislature, I think, took action to clear the slate. So I think right now we just have the balanced budget resolution floating around out there. So that's my first question. I just want to make sure I understand that correctly. And then the other question is just trying to put a finer point on what these 3 bullet points entail. I think we can all agree, and I definitely share the concern about spending being completely out of control at the federal level. So when I see imposed federal constraints, I just want to know what's intended. Is it another balanced budget amendment if necessary, or is it something beyond that? Is it a cap on income tax? I think what would allay some of my concerns is having some of this stuff spelled out. Along those lines with term limits, I certainly understand the concern, but these things are always difficult. If we're going to call a convention to just have 50-year term limits, I would say, what's the point? If we were to have a convention that said, well, just one term in the Senate, one term in the House, 6 years, 2 years, I'd be like, well, that doesn't seem like long enough. So that's the thing that I'm struggling with, is just kind of the lack of detail in what is, I've been reading emails from my constituents about this stuff for years. And so again, even on the limit and power of the federal government, just what exactly? It's the lack of detail that has me anxious about this. And so if someone could just provide some finer points on that, I'd appreciate it. But those are my questions.
Thank you, Senator. Any further questions or comments, Senator Larson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I get too many questions, I'll forget what I'm supposed to talk about. So appreciate you letting me jump in. But we have rescinded all but the 2017 one. So hopefully that clarifies that. We can't specifically say what, obviously it states what we're going to talk about, the 3 topics, and they are broad, but we can't specifically say the language, because if we say specifically what the language is, the other states might not do the same thing. And then Congress may say, well, now we're not all substantially presenting the same proposal, and they may not call the convention. So that is why we're not specifically tying down what those proposals may be. We did have a simulated convention, and I was lucky enough to go to it in 2016. And we were only there for a day and a half, I think, to discuss in committees. We were divided up and were sent to the certain topics. And here are some of the just short versions of some of the ideas that came out. The public debt shall not be increased except upon a recorded vote of 2/3 of each house of Congress. That might be a good thing to have. At least you'd know how your congressman voted. Now they probably do it by voice vote, so you wouldn't have a clue. It talked about term limits on Congress. It didn't say the number of years or anything, and I think that would be something we'd all want to, they'd have to come up with a correct number. All I know, 40 is too many. I think maybe 20 might be too many. So that's a number they'd have to decide when they're there. Another one was limiting federal overreach by returning the Commerce Clause to its original meaning. Another one was limiting the power of federal regulations by giving an easy congressional override. I don't know what that would have been. Did it require 2/3 of the members to say that regulation wasn't going to take effect? Require a supermajority for federal taxes, and they'd said repeal the 16th Amendment. Another one was give the states by 3/5 vote to the power to abrogate any federal law, regulation, or executive order. So that was some of the ideas that came out from that.
Thank you, Senator. Any more questions for the good senator? Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, not questions. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to rise on and against this particular measure. Mr. Chairman, I know we are all frustrated by many of the things that are currently happening in Washington, D.C. And we'd like to change what's going on back there. But I suggest to you that, and this particular idea is popular, Because people say if we could just change some of the rules, we could change those things. But we are a very small minority. We're the smallest state population in the whole United States. I think we have to be very careful about assuming that something like this is going to turn out fixing the problems that we see with Washington, D.C. right now. Because a good part of the rest of the country thinks they aren't problems. And if they didn't think that, we wouldn't have had the results we've had in recent elections. And there are some specific dangers here. Article 5 just says the Congress shall call a convention. It doesn't say anything about who sets the rules under which that convention proceeds, how many delegates there are, whether you vote by states or delegates, or where the convention's going to be. Obviously, if you're going to call a convention, you've got to set some parameters, including when and where it's going to meet. And I am powerfully afraid, Mr. Chairman, that if this comes at a time when people we don't happen to agree with are in power in Washington, D.C., they may go from just specifying when and where to, okay, the delegates, number of the votes will be by delegate, not by state. The number of delegates will be proportional to the population of the state. That would leave us and some of our brethren outnumbered and marginalized. Or they might compromise that. You got two houses back there and they might have to compromise. They might say there'd be the same number of delegates as there are electoral votes. That wouldn't be quite as bad for us, Mr. Chairman, but it still would be very likely to produce something very different than what we're hoping for. The original Constitutional Convention worked and succeeded for a couple of reasons. One was the Founding Fathers had a profound understanding of human nature, of how politics in the world really works, and fashioned a document that took into account both human strengths and frailties, and did it in a very masterful fashion. I doubt we would ever be able to duplicate the wisdom that assembled in Philadelphia back in 1787, was it? Way back then. But also, they had the advantage, Mr. Chairman, if you can call it advantage, but it was politically. The Articles of Confederation were an obvious failure, and everybody knew it had to be changed. We're not an obvious failure. This is the most successful country in the world because our political system is the most successful, and it's grounded in the Constitution we have right now. Mr. Chairman, I think the ills we have, and we have considerable with what's going on, are best resolved by the political process leading to the next elections. And those will result, the way our system is structured, in compromises. They may well be different from what we've got now, but I think that's a much safer way to proceed than to try to rewrite the rules that have made this country the most successful in the world. Mr. Chairman, on and against this bill.
Senator Bouchard, and then Senator Case after that.
Chairman, I just want to ask some tough questions because Congress actually knew that they could take some power, and in the 70s, they ran legislation called the Federal Constitution Convention Procedures Act. And when you look at that, and I don't think it passed, so that's one thing we can say. I think they put it out there. But one of the things to look at would be a state like the Live Free or Die state, which has 400 members in their House. 400 members. And what the struggle here is, do you think 400 members in that state are going to send 3? You know, comparable to our 3, or 6, I'm sorry, 6, 3 from each house. I think 400 members in the Live Free or Die state are probably going to want to send at least 50 people. I can't tell what that formula was they came up with in that legislation, but what I will tell you is the Golden State in their formula had 55 delegates. So it sounds like it's all easy when we start talking, hey, we're going to pick 3 from the Wyoming House and 3 from the Wyoming Senate. But these people have already thought about this. They've already thought, well, wait a minute, we're not going to let them have the same amount of votes as we have. So that's something that needs to be discussed, and how, if we even move forward and they change all those rules, what are we going to do? Go there with 6 people and try to fight hundreds? So that needs to be answered. I mean, that legislation in the 70s, what has the mock conventions, what have they talked about? How Congress will regulate the amount of delegates that will get picked from each state? And would it even make it a moot point for Wyoming to even go at that point? You know, even if we take these numbers from the 70s, 55 from the Golden State, like I said, I can't nail down a number from the Live Free or Die state, but when they have 400 members just in their house, I'm sure they're not going to want to pick 6 people like we have in our rules. So, food for thought. I want to know what the answers are to those questions.
Thank you, Senator. We'll take a question from Senator Case and then maybe go back to Senator Larson. Senator Case.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. We are mighty. Wyoming is mighty. We may be the smallest state, but we are mighty because we could be one of 13. There were 13 original colonies. 13 states can stop the results of a constitutional convention. 13. That's all it takes. It takes 3/4 of the states to ratify a constitutional convention action. So, Mr. Chairman, that means it takes 1/4, 13 states to stop it. I'm good with that. Mr. Chairman, we can't fix this at the ballot box. There's no way. Because it's not the elected representative that caused the problems. They've caused plenty, but they haven't caused our form of government to stray from the little pocket constitution that we all know into the expanded constitution that we have today. That took the Supreme Court. And I don't want to beat on them because they've done some really amazing things. I was trying to think this morning, Chief Justice John Marshall, in the early 1800s, I think it was 1819, there was a court case about whether the United States of America could have a bank or not. There'd already been one bank, and then they kind of canceled it, and then they put one, they established a national bank, and the state of Maryland said, we're going to tax that bank. We don't think that that bank is part of the original purpose of the pocket constitution because it doesn't say the word banks. So the Supreme Court, under John Marshall, decided the case of McCullough versus Maryland. In McCullough versus Maryland, they said that a national bank was part of the necessary and proper requirements of a constitution, of the Constitution, to be able to effectuate our government. They made lots of analogies about things like we need to pay the army in distant places, we need a commissary, we need a bank. State said, no, you don't need a bank. Constitution's this thick. We didn't authorize a bank. Well, the court said a bank's okay. And that was the end of it, because they'd already established judicial review in Marbury versus Madison. It came a few years earlier. I don't elect the people in the Supreme Court, Mr. Chairman. You don't elect the people in the Supreme Court. They're appointed. They're appointed for life. I think that's a good system. I'm not even criticizing those decisions, Mr. Chairman. They were landmark decisions that formed the framework of our government today. But that meant that this little book was expanded by the decisions, which I'm going to represent with this book. And so there's a little bit more there. We do not elect the Supreme Court. We cannot select this at the ballot box. We have to hope for people to die and elect a person that appoints them. I don't think that's a very good system, and it hasn't worked very well. So we've gone from the, every Supreme Court decision it tends to be expansionary, I suppose, Mr. Chairman, and each one on the increment might make a lot of sense to some of us it doesn't. But government grows. The boundaries of the federal government have grown. The necessary proper clauses allow that to happen. Court rulings have allowed that to happen. The only way to reverse a court decision is to change the text of the Constitution. Now there's where we got a ballot box problem, because the two things that can propose to change the text of the Constitution are the United States Congress and the states of the United States of America. Now there is a ballot box issue on that one. I give you that one. We could elect members of Congress and the Senate that would decide to change the Constitution, would put forth constitutional changes to limit government. We have things about, well, have we expanded the War Powers Act so that really war is occurring without a declaration of Congress? Are we concerned about our fiscal responsibility? The thing is, though, the interpretation is by the courts, and we don't elect the courts. Our biggest, strongest stick is the ability to say that we want change. And so, Mr. Chairman, I don't know about you, but it seems that people get elected to Congress. They're kind of like people that get elected to the Wyoming legislature. They campaign and run around and say, they're going to come down here and we're going to fix this and fix that and fix that. And you find out it's not as easy as you thought. And that there's some of the old dogs that are down there and they're pretty dug in. Can't get them to move. And it's probably the same thing in Congress, Mr. Chairman, but that doesn't seem to be a satisfactory solution. Because everybody we send there says they're going to do something and they get caught up in a morass. It's a sticky morass. Our forefathers thought that serving in the Congress of the United States would be kind of a part-time job. You'd be a citizen legislature. They really believe that. It is so far from that. And they kind of forgot about listening to us a little bit. They do. They're good people. We elect good people. They're good to our state. But it's a very complicated job. Just like each one of us, when we were first elected, with all these ideas about how simple it would be to change things, found out it was a lot more complicated than you thought. But we do have the ability to call a constitutional convention. And I think it'd be really healthy. I think it'd be good for the country. When the first constitutional convention happened and we had a constitution that had to be proposed and ratified by the states, Mr. Chairman, that was the most exciting time on this continent. Great debates were held about the Constitution. Coffee shops, or tea shops, maybe at that time, or maybe we were done with tea and we're going to coffee now. That was the topic of the day. Learned treatises were published in the newspapers of the time, and people sat down and they debated, and it was good for America. I think the same thing could happen again. We could propose this, and if, we could have a debate about whether things are going to go. And I think it's going to be kind of a tweaking. There's lots of good still in the Constitution. There's so much good. Nobody wants to throw it away. We just say, you went a little too far in this. We didn't expect to have debt like this. We didn't expect people to serve for so long. We want restraint. We don't want to throw this thing out. We love it. We just want tweaks. And I think that it's only would be tweaks that what the states would agree to, because it takes 38 states that would have to agree to those tweaks. States like Western states like us that have the same kind of fundamental. We're with Utah and Idaho and Montana and North Dakota, South Dakota. I can get up to 13 states with strong, conservative, Western values about personal feelings pretty fast. Those are the people, just like the 13 colonies, will make sure that this isn't a runaway. It's going to be okay, Mr. Chairman. Let's try this out. Because allowing the courts to have, and it's established in the Constitution, but everything has its time and movement. And now we need to say, courts, we think you've gone a little too far. And members of Congress, we think you need to pay a little bit more attention to us. And we're one of 3/4 of the states that support that. Or if we don't like it, we're one of 13 that says, no way. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. We'll go back to Senator Larson to answer a few, and then we'll go back to the floor. Senator Larson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And thank the good senator from the middle of the state for his good talk there. This is, we need to go forward. We don't need to be fearful. I think of this convention of states. It's not a convention of delegates. It's a convention of states. The states are calling it. We need to go forward and not be fearful of the convention. We need to be fearful of where our nation is headed right now. How much longer can we last at just unlimited spending? When are we going to take it and say, you can't do that anymore? Somebody's got to pay for this. Our grandkids, our kids, who knows? I call the question.
Senator Driscoll, or Mr. President.
Questions. I'm not going to do a big speech. I'm standing between you and dinner time. So we've had a lot of fear out here and a lot of talk about what ifs and what nots. The good colleague from Bates Creek, one from down here in this country, we talk about, what about someone tries to bring 400 people? Let's talk about what Article 5 says. It says each state gets one vote. You can bring as many as you want. Bring them all, but you get one vote. Each state gets one vote. Congress can't change that. The Constitution can't change that. It says each state gets their vote. It's just the same. And does it seem unfair to some of the big states? Yeah. Guess what else seems that way? You ever heard of the Electoral College? Ever wonder why Wyoming gets 2 senators and everyone else gets more because of the population? We're in the same type deal here. We're in a time that is unparalleled to do this. So if you take a good look, 32 states are red now, 32. They're Republican controlled. If you ever wanted a time when you had a shot to do it, this is as big as we've got. They're red, and they're pretty dang red. It's really interesting. I mean, it's fearful as heck to go into a Constitutional Convention. I agree. The what ifs are incredible. You've heard them all around the room. What if? It's really terrible. What if they change the rules? Well, guess who sets the rules? Rules are set by the delegates. Each state gets one vote to do the rules. If you don't like it, you walk away. We've been through all of that. So my end is this. You have to understand, we get one vote, so do the big states. That doesn't change. That we can have 3 delegates, but our 3 delegates together have to come up with one vote. If they can't agree, they've got a problem. We've sideboarded them. Imagine this. There's a lot of reasons not to do it, but we can all see where the federal government's heading. You've heard arguments about the courts. You've heard arguments, Mr. Chairman, about money. You've heard arguments about term limits. Just close your eyes and envision this. You're on an airplane. There's 30 of us in the airplane. And you feel a bump and you go to the front and the pilot's slumped over the wheel dead and the plane's kind of cruising towards the ground. You go back and say, guess I'll buckle my seatbelt and see if the plane will land. Or do you actually push the guy out of the way and try to get hold of the yoke and see if you know how to fly a plane? And the answer is you don't know how. And you've got a reasonable chance of crashing and killing all the rest of you. One thing's a guarantee. Go back and buckle your seatbelt and I'll tell you what the result will be. You're all going to be splattered on the ground. Not taking any action is the worst action you can take. That's the worst action you can take because you know what the results are. Does anyone in here think we can continue doing what we're doing on a federal level and come out of it? So what's the other solution? What do you want to do? So either buckle up and die, or get behind the yoke and see if you can fly. Because that's really your only options. We talk about great countries and they write themselves. I'm going to tell you a story about another one. You can travel to Rome and see a lot of pillars and stuff. And they had a country that looked a lot like ours at one time. And if you want to look at history, be prepared to be scared. Ethically, morally, financially. We're following that great empire to the same seat when the plane wrecks. I encourage you to try to do something. If you don't, expect for sure you will get a result that you don't like.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for all of the debate here. I'm learning a lot. I've watched this issue for a long time, back and forth, a lot of really good arguments, both sides. I like the language in here, you know, makes the legislature, state legislatures the guardians of liberty. I love that. I'm not there. You know, I think the solution is in Article 6 and nobody's enforcing that. I mean, that's where, you know, if we could force the Congress to follow Article 6, we would lower spending by about 80%, and that's not happening. And I applaud the bringer of the bill. He's worked hard on this. I agree with a lot of it. I'm just, like Antonin Scalia said, I don't know if this is the right century to have a convention. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Let's try to wrap this up with a few more. Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not against the Constitutional Convention, and we certainly have been through this a few times, but again, my beliefs haven't changed that the Constitution, the document, this incredible product of our founding fathers that really were exceptional, amazingly learned scholars that studied, that worked, that compromised, that poured countless hours into crafting a constitution for a country that has withstood the test of time. That document, Mr. Chairman, just does not strike me as the problem. When I look at the problems we have, when I look at the challenges this country faces, when I look at the partisanship, the polarization, the acrimony, the consternation, all of the challenges come down to, regrettably, the people. The humans, the human nature, their implementation of an exceptional system that is not in accordance with the vision of our founding fathers. If we just read the book and do what it says, follow the instruction manual that was handed to us back in the late 1700s, I think we'd be in pretty good shape. But we heard in earlier speeches today that, hey, this is a great time to do it because we've got the right number of red states, so the right party's going to win. Well, therein lies the problem. That's it right there. It shouldn't be about red and blue and who wins and who loses. It should be about the American people. And when we're at a time that is so incredibly politically divided that we want to go in and amend the Constitution wholesale so that we can get our political way advanced, that might not be the time to start looking for amendments to the Constitution, Mr. Chairman. The other thing I would say is I think back a few years ago to the only vaguely similar experience I had, which was our special session of the legislature, not even close to a constitutional convention. But what did we do? Special session. First thing we'll do is we'll set up narrow rules that establish exactly what we'll cover so that we'll only talk about a few things. There were 3 bills. It shall be limited to 3 bills. It'll take more than a supermajority to possibly, Mr. Chairman, introduce more than 3 bills. So we immediately dealt with 4 bills. Step 1, establish rules. Step 2, immediately violate those rules. Then, don't worry about the fact that you have this 4th bill. It was declared by one chamber at least that it was out of order, so that goes away. All right, well, we'll amend it into one of the other bills in clear violation of the Wyoming Constitution, and then we'll uphold that because it was handy. So my experience firsthand, limited though it may be, is that when you establish a rule set as a group of humans with specific interests, you might not necessarily follow those rules when a vote is what determines whether you are or are not following those rules. I just, Mr. Chairman, don't think it's going to play out as well as we hope. And my final concern, Mr. Chairman, is this, and I've said it before, and I'll say it again. If we have 100 exceptional people, a couple from each state, for example, that we would entrust to redraft the U.S. Constitution, I would suggest that rather than having them redraft the Constitution, we just send them to Washington, D.C. as our senators to craft good laws and work together. We can do that. We just haven't. I don't know why we would be able to put together a constitutional convention of enlightened, educated, thoughtful luminaries that get along well together and draft something better than what our forefathers did when we can't even get legislation passed through Congress with the folks that we vote as our duly elected officials at this point in time. I am at least heartened, Mr. Chairman, by my good friend from Fremont County and the fact that it takes a supermajority to pass something as a constitutional amendment. Any 13 states could object, but if there's one thing I do have experience with, Mr. Chairman, it's being on the small side of a supermajority. And I have firsthand knowledge that a super duper majority still doesn't always get it right. My apologies to the super duper majority. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Good senators, we're about. Let me get my sentence out. Good senators that are not on the floor, if you want to vote on this, I welcome you back into the chamber because we're going to vote on this. So So the question being called, all those in favor of Senator Case's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, that it do so with favorable recommendation of Senate Joint Resolution Number 11, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no? No. Stand up if you are an aye, please. Those, oh, was she standing? Standing now. Those that say no, please stand. Senate Joint Resolution Number 11, you can be seated. Senate Joint Resolution Number 11 has passed the Committee of the Whole. The vote total was 18 for, 12 against. Mr. Majority Floor Leader. Now what do I do here?
Just go on back to your, okay. No, you gotta talk, you gotta vote.
You've heard the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Better have that, I'll. Clerk will read the Committee of the Whole report.
Mr. President, your Committee of the Whole, having had under considerations bills on general file, begs leave to report as follows. Senate File 52, do pass amended. Senate File 164, do pass amended. Senate File 50, do pass. Senate File 157, do pass amended. Senate File 181, do pass amended. Senate File 172, do pass. Senate File 131, do pass amended. Senate File 110, do pass amended. Senate File 159, do pass. Senate File 140, do pass amended. Senate Joint Resolution 11, do pass. Senator French, Chairman.
Senator French.
Mr. President, I move for the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carried. The report has been adopted. Committee reports.
February 2, 2023. Mr. President, your Committee Number 2, Appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 51, Legislator Constituent Service Allowance, respectfully report same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Anderson, Garou, Kinski, and Nethercott. No, Senator Salazar. Senator Kinski, Chairman. February 2, 2023, Mr. President, Committee Number 2, Appropriations, to whom is referred Senate File 151, Wyoming Prescription Drug Transparency Act, respectfully report same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Anderson, Kinski, Nethercott, and Salazar. No, Senator Garou. Senator Kinski, Chairman. February 2, 2023, Mr. President, Committee Number 2, Appropriations, to whom is referred Senate File 107, Acquisition, Exchange, and Sale of Trust Lands. Respectfully report same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Anderson, Garou, and Kinski. Excused, Senators Nethercott and Salazar. Senator Kinski, Chairman. February 2, 2023, Mr. President, Committee Number 2 Appropriations, to whom is referred Senate File 138, Unemployment Insurance Coverage Period and Reporting. Respectfully report same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass. Ayes Senators Anderson, Guru, and Kinski. Excused Senators Nethercott and Salazar. Senator Kinski, Chairman. February 2, 2023, Mr. President, Committee Number 2 Appropriations, to whom is referred Senate File 153, Election Security. Respectfully report same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass. Ayes Senators Anderson, Guru, and Kinski. Excused Senators Nethercott and Salazar. Senator Kinski, Chairman. February 2, 2023, Mr. President, Committee Number 2 Appropriations, to whom is referred Senate File 133, Student Eligibility and Interscholastic Sports. Respectfully report same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass. Ayes Senators Anderson, Guru, and Kinski. Excused Senators Nethercott and Salazar. Senator Kinski, Chairman. February 2, 2023, Mr. President, Committee Number 7, Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions, to whom is referred Senate File 147, Government Contracts Labor Organization. Respectfully report same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes Senators Barlow, Boner, Case, Landon, and Scott. Senator Case, Chairman. February 2, 2023, Mr. President, Committee Number 3, Revenue, to whom is referred Senate File 135, Repeal Gun-Free Zones, Government Buildings and Meetings. Respectfully report same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass. Ayes Senators Beitman, French, Ide, and McEwen. No, Senator Pappas. Senator Beitman, Chairman. February 2, 2023, Mr. President, Committee Number 3, Revenue, to whom is referred Senate File 171, Wyoming Second Amendment Financial Privacy Act. Respectfully report same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes Senators Beitman, French, Ide, and McEwen. No, Senator Pappas. Senator Beitman, Chairman. February 2, 2023, Mr. President, Committee Number 2 Appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 24 engrossed. State Investments, Compensation, and Relocation Amendments. Respectfully report same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes Senators Guru, Kinski, and Nethercott. No, Senator Salazar. Excused Senator Anderson. Senator Kinski, Chairman.
Randy, is there any messages from the House?
From the House of Representatives, message number 186, February 2, 2023. Mr. President, the following bills passed the House on third reading by the votes indicated. House Bill number 124, Electricity Generation Taxation. Ayes 34, noes 28. Message number 187, February 2nd, 2023. House Bill number 126, Trespass, Removal of Trespasser. Ayes 57, noes 5. Message number 188, February 2, 2023. House Bill number 145, Disclosure of Sensitive Information, Law Enforcement. Ayes 39, noes 23. Message number 185, February 2, 2023. Mr. President, the following bills passed the House on third reading in an amended form by the votes indicated. House Bill number 119, Medical Prescriptions, Off-Label Purchases. Ayes 44, noes 18. Message number 189, February 2, 2023. House Bill number 147, Lawful Trespass Signage, Taking of Wildlife. Ayes 61, noes 1. Message number 190, February 2, 2023. House Bill number 172, Evidence Preservation. Ayes 55, noes 7. Message number 191, February 2, 2023. House Bill number 185, Local Government Distributions Revisions. Ayes 43, noes 19. Message number 192, February 2, 2023. Mr. President, the House adopted the Committee of the Whole report failing House Bill number 196, Wyoming Infrastructure Protection Act. Ayes 21, noes 40, excused 1. Signed, Katie Talbot, House Chief Clerk.
Thank you, Randy. Mr. Majority Floor Leader clears the desk.
Mr. President, I move the Senate stand adjourn until, listen, 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning, February 3rd.
Thank you. Senator Scott.
President, your Committee Number 4, Education, will meet tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. in room W110 downstairs. Senate File 168, alternative teaching certificate.
Senator Dockstader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your committee number 9, Minerals, will meet tomorrow, Friday, February 3rd, on the noon recess to finish up what we started to go with House Bill 69, coal-fired facility closures, litigation funding amendments. Thank you.
Senator Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your committee number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, will meet tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. on Friday, February the 3rd, to hear Senate File 144, Chloe's Law, Children Gender Change Prohibition, Senate File 162, Grace Smith Medical Freedom Act. That'll all be happening in room 6 and online.
Thank you. Senator Case.
Thank you, Mr. President. Did you notice that Senator Baldwin's cold has disappeared, but it's moved over to Senator Dockstader? Your committee numbers 7, Mr. Chairman, will meet to take up the last Senate file, Senate File 160, tolling authority on I-80. We'll meet now. I'm not sure how long it'll go, but I don't think it'll be very long. Thank you, sir.
Senator Landon.
Mr. President, thank you. Your Committee 1, Judiciary, will meet at 7:30 a.m. Tomorrow in W4 downstairs to take up House Bill 97 engrossed, Chancery Court Jurisdiction Amendments, House Bill 111 engrossed, Endangering Children, fentanyl, House Bill 112 engrossed, theft penalty for 5th or subsequent offense.
Thank you. You've heard the motion. First, everybody, amendments need to be numbered by 7 tomorrow morning or you're out. So make sure when you come in the morning, you have them done. I'd suggest doing them tonight if you can, but if not, tomorrow morning. You've heard the motion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Senate stands adjourned until 9:30 a.m. Friday, February 3rd.